Okay, good morning, friends. Hello, welcome to Common Law 101. It is Thursday morning. It is Thursday, March 2nd, 2023. I can't even believe it. This year is already flying by. But anyhow, welcome. I'm thrilled to get the show on the road here. So before we talk about American common law, I'm going to just tell you a little bit about myself and what brought me on this journey. So I'm a single mom in Los Angeles, and I have 4 children. I have 2 sons, 2 daughters, and 2 dogs. So maybe I have 6 children. My oldest daughter in the black sweater, unfortunately, she was injured as a newborn by her medical products. And the reason I'm saying it like that is because YouTube has censored what I'm trying to say here. And I only use YouTube as a storage place, which is like the stupidest thing. But anyway, so when that happens to you, when you're that 1 in a million family that they tell you about, you know, this whole paradigm of like safe and effective, but when your child gets injured at the pediatrician's office, then you know, you got to get involved, right? Which is what happened to me later on in life when I had more kids. I knew I had to investigate and find out what's going on. And what I found was shocking, actually. And so I ended up becoming an activist, which was the least likely thing that was going to happen because, you know, I considered myself to be very mainstream. You know, I was the kind of gal that sat in front of the television after a long day at work and would flip, you know, the channel and watch things like The Bachelor. And, you know, I paid attention to when things were going on sale, you know, like that. I considered myself very mainstream. So it was highly unusual for someone like me to get involved as a political activist, but that's exactly what I did. And I ended up, you know, rallying. I organized rallies. I did a ton of lobbying, not only here in California, but also in Washington, D.C. I also gave speeches around the country. I spoke at churches. I spoke at community centers. And I ended up, you know, I got to make this a tiny bit smaller somehow here. There we go. I ended up working as a volunteer, which somehow I figure that's really my career. I'm a serial volunteer. But I ended up learning how to use Twitter because of this woman right here, Dana, who ended up becoming a really good friend of mine. And she taught me how to use Twitter. And she came up with this hashtag CDC whistleblower in 2015. And that's when we learned about tech censorship, because after we had reached 1 billion impressions, 1 billion with a B impressions on Twitter, it was me and Dana and Timothy and Candace. And the 4 of us were sharing memes and stuff that Dana was creating, and it was awesome. And anyway, we reached 1 billion impressions on Twitter, and then suddenly our statistics went to nothing. Went down to 0. So then we were like, whoa, what just happened? How did that happen? That was the weirdest thing ever. But it's happening again because look, Common Law 101 from February 16th, I got a community guidelines strike. And it was for, you know, medical misinformation. You know, you've really arrived when you've got like the smallest channel in history and they still censor. You know, it's amazing. I could still even create social media accounts, but I digress. I did submit an appeal yesterday. Look at that, March 1st. That was yesterday. And I woke up this morning, appeal rejected. So my point here is censorship by big tech continues. So if you ever hear me giving the tech team a hard time about overreach, now you know why. But anyhow, you know, I got to work alongside some of the most amazing people. You know, some of these people are household names now. They've actually managed to make careers out of health freedom and helping to preserve parental rights, or at least attempting to do that. And over the years, as I saw our movement growing and growing and growing, I was thrilled to see so many people embracing, like, the cat got out of the bag. It was not 1 in a million. It was way more than 1 in a million. The cat was out of the bag. And so the movement was growing. But what was interesting was the agenda was getting larger and larger and more egregious and more powerful before our eyes. So anyway, I really want to just appreciate all the people that I got to volunteer next to. And, some people went on to start incredible organizations, namely Robert Kennedy, who started Children's Health Defense right around that time, I forget when he started it, like 2016 or something. Del Bigtree went on to start, Informed Consent Action Network and stuff. Amazing people. So in 2015, though, let's go back to 2015. In 2015, I felt a lot like this Liberty Eagle, right? I felt like there was a particular political party coming after my rights and the rights of my children. And I couldn't figure out how they could keep getting away. When I say they, I mean like the government. How could the government keep getting away with what they were getting away with, just systematically chipping away at our freedoms and rights? I mean, my parents are immigrants. They came here from a socialist country. And so I was raised here. I was born here. And I grew up believing that I was American. And so as a result, I had, not only been born in the greatest country in the world, but that I also had the most amount of opportunity and the most freedom, right? Because this is a government of we the people, a government by the people, for the people, of the people, or of the people, by the people, for the people. So I couldn't understand the disconnect. Something was missing. And I blamed a particular political party. Now, you might have done that in your own life too, where you blame an entire group of people for something that's wrong in your life. Well, I was doing that in 2015 because in California, the Democrats were in charge, or still, they still are. They've been a majority for many, many years. And I assumed this was a quote, Democrat paradigm, stealing people's rights. So needless to say, we were at a health hearing. And we had gathered approximately 1,700 people, children and adults and seniors. It was amazing to have so many people show up. And the security guard at the building said that was the greatest turnout they had ever seen over any issue. Okay, the biggest turnout. So awesome. So I was certain we were going to win that day. And we were going to kill the bill. In fact, I was super convinced that that's how it was going to go. But that's not what ended up happening, actually. The bill ended up being signed into law. It's called SB 277. And that bill essentially took parents out of the equation. It was no longer going to be up to a mom or dad about what was going to be, injected into their children. So my senator at the time, who was on that health hearing, she said two things that radically had me open my eyes to a whole other possibility. One of the things that she said was, you guys are just people. And it was like, huh? What's wrong with that? The way she said it was very condescending. And I didn't quite get it because, right? Again, like I said earlier, I'm American. I have the most power in the world, right? We're free. How could I have one of my employees telling me we're just people when I'm one of we the people? And then I thought, well, wait, what else could I be? I mean, honestly, I was literally thinking, what else could I be? What else should I be to have a little power around here, for crying out loud? It made no sense based on everything that I had learned up to that point. Now, the other thing that she said, though, and this is the thing that really did it for me, she said, you don't own your kids. What? So that word own, right? Raise your hand with your emoji if you've said that about your own kids. I had never said that. I own my kids. Nope, didn't even cross my mind to say that. So I sat there thinking, well, let's just assume she's right, despite the fact that I nursed them, I carried them, I have scars on my body, okay, because of them. I changed their diapers, I kissed their boo-boos. I mean, the whole thing, okay? If I don't own them, then who does? That's what I wanted to know. Who does? And that's when I realized in that moment when I had that thought, this woman knows something that I don't know. And I am going to figure out what it is. And that's exactly what I did. Now that again was in 2015. So I had plenty of time to go down the proverbial rabbit hole, right? You've heard that terminology. Oh, going down the rabbit hole. I went down many rabbit holes. I studied different religious teachers. I read all of these alternative books. I looked at historical maps and I read articles and newspapers and just digging, wanting the truth so badly, okay, trying to figure it out. So that was a long time ago though. And I'm going to take, you know, all this time going on 8 years and I'm going to cram it into like 2.5 hours. And by the way, you know, it could feel like a long 2.5 hours. So feel free to take notes. If you got to get up for a bio break, go for it, because we're going to offer you a free recording of this at the end. Also, you know, I had plenty of time to figure this out, but I'm concerned that you don't have as much time as I had, because if you pay attention to the headlines, it's getting pretty yucky out there. Okay. Very, very grim news. Now, in 2021, this headline caught my attention I saw it as a forecast of what's to come. And look at this, the headline, it says, FEMA documents describe large-scale rural isolation and quarantine operations, how to recruit obedient Americans to help round up dissenters. That was a new title, dissenters. I wouldn't want to wear a gold star that says dissenters on it, would you? Right? They're vilifying people who say no to certain products. Now, again, that was in 2021. So last summer, 2022, when Stu Peters had this to say, it was no surprise to me.
Governor Kathy Hochul's Department of Health imposed a draconian and completely illegal regulation dubbed the isolation and quarantine procedures, which allowed the government to force people into isolation. It even went so far as to say they were allowed to kidnap people for quarantine without even having proof that a person was sick. There was no age restriction. They could take your kids. They could take you, they could take your mother and father, they could take your grandparents, and they could do it for as long as they wanted and at a location of their choice. It could be at your home. They could put you on mandatory house arrest under the threat of imprisonment, or they could ship you directly to a detention center 200 miles away if they wanted. This is happening. This is as illegal as it gets.
Now, here's the thing. It's not as illegal as it gets. And the reason I'm telling you that is because most people are walking around having no idea that we've been living under martial law, military rule, since the Civil War. And Professor Peter Dale Scott actually touches upon these emergency authorities.
Church reforms or the post-Watergate reforms, one very important reform was the National Emergencies Act, which tried to establish some kind of procedures for national emergencies. And because emergencies are emergencies, the president has the power to declare one quickly. There's not much control over how he does it. But written into the statute was a requirement that Congress, each House of Congress, has to review a state of emergency within 6 months and either approve it or terminate it. And the interesting thing is, and also in response to what you said, another requirement is that a state of emergency can only last for a year, and then it has to be renewed. Well, two interesting things have happened. The first is that every president has renewed it since 9/11. When Obama was elected, a former congressman and I appealed through the internet to get people to have Congress review the thing and terminate the state of emergency. Nothing happened then. But Obama, very quietly, it doesn't make that newspapers, but once a year, every president, Obama, just as much as Bush and just as much as Trump, they all renew the state of emergency. That just happened again last month, the anniversary of 9/11. So now I think it's more urgent than ever that Congress should do what it is required to do. But as far as we know, it's never been done. There is no record at all that Congress has ever handled this, even though the statute says that they must, not that they may, but they must.
Okay, so these emergency authorities, right? You just heard them. The presidents keep renewing these emergency authorities. Congress is supposed to be stopping them. You know, once the emergency is over, they're supposed to stop. But here's the thing. We're living in a perpetual state of emergency, not just because of pandemics, but also because of train derailments, because of threats of wars, right? Because of chemical spills, because of the, emergency of the day. And those emergency wartime authorities are what are enslaving average everyday men and women. Now, James Lyons Weiler touched on this. He called it the regulatory states of America after he had a conversation with a prominent health freedom attorney by the name of Jim Moody. Jim Moody was talking to him about how difficult it was to practice law in a post-constitutional society.
And I heard from Jim Moody, who was supposed to be here. I had a conversation with him recently, and he said, in passing, it's very difficult to practice law in a post-constitutional society. And he went on, Jim, you ever talk with Jim Moody? He's like 10 minutes down the road in his conversation after dropping that bombshell. And I'm like, whoa, Jim, back up. Say that again. He goes, yeah, it's very difficult to practice law in a post-constitutional society. And you just heard from Michelle Ford yesterday about the technicalities of what we actually live in, what we think that what we're taught in grade school about what we're supposed to live in. It's quite different. Well, we actually live in the regulatory states of America. The regulatory states of America came about through wartime agencies that were given certain powers that are endowed by Congress to take on actions to state rules, to issue edicts, to create law without representation.
Right? Law without representation. And that's exactly what we've been an eyewitness to. These perpetual states of emergency with all of these three-letter agencies that are holding people and their rights at bay. And that's not the America that my parents thought that they moved to, right? It's not the America that our founding fathers promised us either. And you might be interested to know, in case you didn't already see this, that back on January 11th, the Biden administration extended the COVID-19 public health emergency, right? They just keep renewing. Because then they get to continue law without representation. And that's the whole point. Now, Vera Sharav, who is a Holocaust survivor, came out with a documentary called Never Again is Now Global. And she had this quote to say when she was marketing her documentary. She said that the Holocaust was facilitated by mass obedience to authority. Our survival rests on our willingness to resist oppressive orders. Those who resisted by falsifying their identity, by jumping off the trains to Auschwitz and joining the partisans, had a higher survival rate than those who obeyed. So there's really only one that you need to obey, okay? And that is God, your creator. So now I'm going to talk about the natural order of things. And by the way, if I just made your brain go sideways because your mind immediately went to religion, I'm just going to ask you to hold on to that, hold on to your horses there for a minute, put it on like a sweater. Okay. Because I came to this whole discovery from what I would call the New Age movement. Okay. Where everything was about being spiritual. Okay. And it was all about white magic and stuff like that. So here's the thing. After years and years and years of not only digging into how the world is run, but also just being hungry for the actual truth, I wanted to know, where the heck do my rights really come from, right? What I ultimately found is that there actually is absolutely 100%, there is God. There is our creator, the master architect of everything that we see and everything that we don't see, all the different dimensions, okay? And I'm not talking about religion. So just stick with me here. It's important to be able to get over that part of it, because it's not religious in nature. So God created all things. Now God created man and woman. Man and woman live on the land. And what I mean by that is we don't fly with our own wings full time, right? We also don't swim in the ocean full time. I like to jokingly say that I've never met a real mermaid. Okay. Now man and woman went on to create religions. That's the thing that is offensive to people. Okay. Religions kind of, I call it the first divide and conquer technique, because religions were designed to put God in our image. Like we imposed what God must be like. Now religions went on to create governments went on to create corporations, and then corporations went on to create their citizens. Now I'm going to talk a little bit more just for a moment about divide and conquer, because this has been a very, very effective strategy at controlling the minds of people for thousands, literally thousands of years. Here's the thing. The overlords, I'll call them, they know how our minds work. And they know that approximately 50% is going to feel a certain way about any given topic. And the other 50% is going to, approximately 50% is going to feel the other way. They just know that that's how we operate. We live in like this duality, right? Because we're in a 3D, we're in a 3D world here. Okay. So because of that, they've used our own limitations against us, right? They take our own natural limitations and use them against us. And there's the left-right paradigm, right? There's pro-life versus pro-choice. These are some common issues. Gay versus straight, rich versus poor, anti-maskers versus pro-maskers. It's very rare when there's a brand new one that pops up, but that's one. Pro-Russia versus pro-Ukraine, spiritual versus religious. There's even moral relativism versus spiritual, moral relativism versus atheism, agnostics, etc. What I'm here to tell you is all of those are religions. That's the funny part, is people try to be non-religious, and then that is a religion. Then, of course, we've got Black versus white, pro-Second Amendment versus gun safety. We've got anti-vaxxers versus pro-vaxxers. And then the deeper that you get into this topic, you'll find that there's even US nationals versus American state nationals. And then there's also anti-federation versus pro-federation. So we'll keep going. So I want to get your brain percolating here. I know it's still early in the morning, but I'd like you to ask yourself this question quietly. Just which are you? Are you American? Are you a US citizen? Are you a citizen of the United States? Are you all of the above? Well, I want to share with you that you can't be both at the same time. There are 5 possible ways that you can be on this land. Okay, you can be an American state national or a state citizen. Both of those are considered Americans as they relate in the international jurisdiction. These two are Americans. Now, then there's federal United States citizen. Then there's British territorial United States citizen. And then there's municipal citizen of the United States. Now that municipal is a papist status. Now, most people have no idea that they are a kind of both of these, depending on what time of the day it is, depending on where they're standing, right? I had no idea. I literally had no idea. If anyone would have ever asked me, I would have said, I am an American citizen, right? So anyway, just know that there are 5 possibilities. Now, there are also 4 constitutions, 3 that are very, very well known. Well, you know, you're here because you've been studying, so you probably know that there's 3, but just in case that was the first time you heard it, there are technically 4, but 3 that really took a hold. Now, the first one is, and I'm going to point out these nuances, all right? The first one is the Constitution for the, which is a lowercase t, united as an adjective, right? Not as a part of the name, but as an adjective, lowercase u, States of America, right? That's from 1797. There's also the Constitution of the United States. Oh, wait a minute. I think I have the date wrong on here. I'm gonna have to fix that. The Constitution of the lowercase t, united as a proper noun, States of America. Then there's the Constitution of the United States, right? They just dropped of America. And then the Constitution of the capital U, United States of America, right? So then there's the Declaration of Interdependence of the Governments in the United States. That's from 1937. But when we talk about the constitutions, it's really these 4. I'm going to actually go into a little bit greater detail in a little bit, but keep one of them. Keep in mind that this one down here, Anna says that, just in case you don't know who Anna is, Anna Von Wright's the fiduciary for the United States of America. She says that this one is faking it as a corporate charter. And then also since 1937, there's this Declaration of Interdependence. So you can see that it can get very, very confusing. In fact, if you go online and you order, you know, a copy of the Declaration of, the Constitution, you might not know which one you're getting, but each applies to its own jurisdiction. Now, I'm going to further ask, who are you, right? Because there are tons of titles and names and presumptions and assumptions, just, you know, just by virtue of being in a material world here. Okay. So when I was putting together this slide, I thought to myself, you know, let me just come up with a few. And then I couldn't stop because there's thousands of potential titles. So there's citizen, person, individual, resident, human, alien, adult, minor, student, employee, employer, trustee, beneficiary, teacher, broker, contractor, parent, voter, consumer, driver, defendant, Miss, Mr., Ms., Mrs., petitioner, plaintiff, respondent, taxpayer, owner, tenant, Republican, Democrat, independent, Caucasian, Asian, African American, Native American, member, patient, insured, constituent, civilian, investor, tenant, affiliate, trustor, signatory, account holder, representative, subordinate, officer. We could go on and on and on. If you just open up your wallet or your purse and you go to wherever you keep membership cards, you might find you've got an employee badge, you've got a bank card, you've got credit cards, you've got all kinds of other identifiers, right? And that's what I'm talking about. We accept these titles, none of which were the ones that were created by God, right? Remember, God created 2, man and woman. He didn't create any of this other stuff. Lawyers did, though. People with a brilliant mind for word magic. They came up with all of these titles and the definitions that go with them. So U.S. citizens, U.S. persons, both natural and artificial. By the way, I didn't even know there was such thing as an artificial person. Okay, when I was in, I think it was 3rd grade and I was learning about nouns, my teacher said to me, well, said to the whole class, I'm a person. She's like, I'm a person. You're a person. I'm a person. You're a person. We are nouns, person, place, or thing. We are nouns. And I was like, oh, cool. You know, I became a person just by a tacit agreement, right? I was born a daughter of a man and a woman, but I became a person in a matter of, seconds. Once my mind was in agreement and alignment with that, I believed that I was something other than what I was. Now, let me get back to this. U.S. citizens, U.S. persons, both natural and artificial, and individuals are deemed subject to legislative acts of Congress. And you can find the definitions of individual, person, U.S. citizen, resident in the various U.S. codes, federal registries, etc. Now, I'm here to tell you all of those are things that can be legislated upon, right? So if you happen to be one of these titles, then those corporate rules apply to you. Now, I was thinking, gosh, was there ever a time in our California history, right? Because I'm from California. Was there ever a time in our California history where they decided that they were going to start using this term person? And sure enough, I found it in 14.1. It actually occurs, I think, 2 or 3 different times. Now, check this out. I highlighted the word person and persons, but you can see it. The legislature hereby declares its intent that the terms man or men, where appropriate, shall be deemed person or persons, and any references to the terms man or men in sections of this code be changed to person or persons when such code sections are being amended for any purpose. This act is declaratory and not amendatory of existing law. So they literally just decided, we're going to turn God's creation, man or men, and we're just going to cross it out. And now they're going to be called person or persons. The same thing happened with women. And this is what it actually looks like. This was a bill from last year that was being amended. And so if you start paying attention to what the employees are doing in your state house, you'll see this yourself, because they basically all follow the edicts of the quote parent corporation. So the state shall not deny or interfere with they just crossed out woman. Oh, can't say woman anymore, and changed it to pregnant persons' right to choose or obtain an abortion, right? Crazy town. They could just ignore. And people were wondering, like, when the Supreme Court nominee was being questioned about the definition of a woman, could you define a woman? And it was like, was it because she was an idiot? Of course not. No, that's not why. It's because she would have had to admit that a woman was created by God and is not defined by the legalese, okay? Now, what is a citizen versus a citizen? So before we talk about the 14th Amendment and the effects of it, I just want to remind everybody about the 13th Amendment. So the 13th Amendment actually of this Constitution, the Constitution for the lowercase United States of America, okay, that 13th Amendment had a title of nobility amendment, which meant that there would be nobody with a title of nobility that could serve as an elected president, right? So that makes sense that America would not have titles of nobility. Now, Esquire, which is another name for attorney, bar attorney, is a form of a title of nobility of the British Crown, right? The monarchy. British Accreditation Regency, sometimes referred to as British Accreditation Registry. So, but then the other constitutions came around, and those constitutions instead had a 13th Amendment that basically freed the slaves, right? Remember that? Under, quote, Honest Abe, he freed the slaves. So I assert that under the 14th Amendment, that was really the gateway that actually made everybody a slave, a commercial slave, by virtue of this, phenomenon known as, quote, equality, right? So we're going to talk a little bit more about this. Now, in 1873, U.S. versus Anthony, the term resident and citizen of the United States, by the way, that's a whole term right there, citizen of the United States. Remember, that was the Papist municipal option number 5 on that list of possible citizens status. The term resident and, quote, citizen of the United States is distinguished from a citizen of one of the several states in that the former is a special class of citizen created by Congress. Okay, well, that might not be so bad. What's wrong with Congress creating a type of citizen? Well, we'll get into that. A citizen of the United States is a, quote, statutory citizen or a creature of state created by legislative acts. Now, United States means its territories and District of Columbia. Now, off the top of my head, the first time I read this, I thought the territories meant from sea to shining sea, right? From the northern border, all, just beneath Canada, all the way down to our southern border, touching Mexico. No, that's not what that means. The territories and the District of Columbia are very specifically defined as distinct locations. I used to think that when I got out of bed in the morning, I was in, quote, United States. No, I actually wasn't. Now, I do want to share with you what those territories are. So, of course, it already talked about District of Columbia, but there's Guam, Puerto Rico, the American Samoan Islands, the Northern Mariana Islands, military bases, federal buildings. We've got the ports, right? So airports, seaports, border crossings. We also have USPS Postal Services offices. And I'm starting to realize too that there's something in regards to railways. Very interesting that we keep having these derailments. But I digress. Let's keep going. Now, I want to talk for a moment about Honest Abe. Okay, Honest Abe. Of course, we all learned in school how honest he was, right? We also learned he was tall. And of course, he was a bar attorney. Again, bar, British Accreditation Registry or British Accreditation Regency. So why is that significant? Does Michelle hate the Brits? No, not at all. But I do want to point out that during the Revolutionary War, what was happening? What were Americans fighting for? They were fighting to break free from the British crown. Remember that? They were trying to break free of the monarchy. So they created the State of the Union, right? The 13 original states of the Union. But I digress. So Honest Abe gets credit for, quote, freeing the slaves, right? But again, I assert that because of the 14th Amendment, he made, quote, all of us slaves. And there happens to be a big old statue in Westminster, right? City of London. Now, this is a place, I've never been there, but this is a place that's actually not owned by the British. It gets weirder and weirder. Guess who owns that city-state? The Vatican. I know, crazy, right? But I digress. There are 3 city-states in this world. Washington, D.C. is one of them. City of London, right? Westminster, and the Vatican. These 3 city-states that are on foreign land, except for the Vatican, right? The Vatican is on Rome, but it's not owned by the Romans. It's owned by the papacy. So I predict that there's going to be a statue of in Westminster as well for his role in continuing the mind slavery and bodily slavery, frankly, of innocent people all over the country. But I digress. So a little bit more about what is a citizen. So in 1875, the definition of a United States as a corporation has its own citizens. And you can read about that in United States versus Cruikshank. And they are generally referred to as United States lowercase c citizens. Additionally, the equal protection and due process requirements of the 14th Amendment only applies to states, not to individuals. And I want to point out really quick, okay, as it relates to, let me go back here, okay. Whoops, shoot. Here, okay. When I was talking about United States being a corporation, right, and having its territories, that would be similar to like, you know, a corporation, you know, that has multiple locations and they have their parent organization, their headquarters in one place. Well, we can consider that the United States has their headquarters in Washington, D.C. Additionally, this bar attorney president, right? The other constitutions beyond that first one that had the title of nobility amendment, though the other constitutions have no problem with having an esquire. Why? Because it's not a country. It's not a government of a country. It is a company. So this is further evidence to support that, you know, United States is a corporation, and that's a huge point. We're going to talk a little bit more about this as we go along. But I also want to point out that Kitchens versus Steele, a citizen of the United States is a citizen of the federal government as opposed to their state, right? Their state citizen, which is one of those first two American options. So let's keep going. Now, I want to point out how easy it is with word magic, okay, to get something confused by the simple terminology. So there's this term proscribe, okay, with an O. Now, proscribe, to prescribe something is to forbid or prohibit it, as a school principal might proscribe the use of cell phones in class. Proscribe sounds similar to the word prescribe, but be careful, these words are essentially opposite in meaning. Then, of course, there's the word prescribe, which we're all familiar with, right? If you go to your doctor and they want to give you a particular prescription, it is the acquisition of an easement over the property of another through adverse use of that property. Isn't that interesting? So when you go to your doctor to get a prescription, that prescription is essentially an easement over the property called your body, right? That's how come when moms and dads do not take the advice of a doctor, that the moms and dads are criminalized for child endangerment, right? They're going against the advice of the doctor. Really, they're going against the adverse use of that property. Now, this is just a quick screenshot from an email that I received in November. So my city is the city, quote, city of Culver City, okay? Really, the location is called Culver City, but there's this corporation called City of Culver City, which has an address on Culver Boulevard. Now, for years and years and years, I saw this city seal, and it never really dawned on me. The first time I saw incorporated in 1917, I thought, well, they have to be incorporated because they have to file a tax return. That was the extent of my even worrying about it. It was less than 10 seconds of a thought. Well, had this instead of being called, quote, City of Culver City, if that would have been called, Fauciville, I might be like a little bit more alerted to that this is a company. Or what if it was called Google or YouTube or, right? I would know it's not a government. It would be much more easy to identify that it's a company, not a government. Now, government subcontractors are hired by the people, literally. So we hire these government workers, but what they've been doing is they've been making work for themselves and charging us, sending us the bill. The other thing I want to point out here is this term municipal, right? Municipal. Now, you might have engaged in municipal elections in your own town. So this is the papist municipal part of what looks like our government, because remember, we have territorial and we have municipal. So this is just evidence of the municipal that I'm talking about when I say papist municipal. Now, on congressional record, a citizen of the United States, remember that's one status, that whole terminology, citizen of the United States, is a civilly dead entity operating as a co-trustee and co-beneficiary of the PCT Private Constructive Cestui Trust of U.S. Inc. under the 14th Amendment, which upholds the debt of the USA and U.S. Inc. in Section 4. And the side note there is that this neatly explains once and for all what a citizen of the United States is in federal parlance as opposed to our popular speech. And it underlines the need for Americans to forthrightly expatriate from any such citizenship and instead declare their allegiance to the land of their nativity. For example, California or Nevada or Ohio. So when I expatriated, I became a Californian as it relates to this land, right? If I'm talking to somebody on Arizona, Florida, Texas, New York, I say I'm from California. But if I was talking to somebody internationally, let's say I was talking to someone from, Greece, I would say I am American, right? Because there's a jurisdictional difference. There's an international conversation, and then there's a sort of more national conversation. And beyond that, within your state, you might have counties, you might have townships. So if I was talking to somebody on California, right, the soil jurisdiction, I would say, I'm from Los Angeles County, right? And even further, if I'm talking to someone that lives on Los Angeles County, I would say, I'm from Culver City, right? It gets smaller and smaller depending on what you're talking about. So I don't want to get lost in the weeds here, but I do want to say this one last thing about citizen. So the state citizen is immune from any and all government attacks and procedures absent a contract. This was decided in the court case called Dred Scott versus Sanford. Now, they say, if you do a search on the internet for this, right, they say that it was nullified by both the 13th and 14th Amendment for US citizens, okay? The Supreme Court succinctly said, every man is independent of all laws except those prescribed by nature, right? Prescribed. Because nature is powerful. Okay, you step off a cliff, you are going down. Okay, because nature is powerful. Nature has control over you. He's not bound by any institutions formed by his fellow men without his consent. That is why there is always a huge effort to make your life uncomfortable, inconvenient, or whatever, so that you will agree. You'll give your consent. And we saw that happen over the course of the last couple of years during the you-know-what, when people couldn't go to work without sticking the thing up their nose or without taking the thing, right? Or taking the test, So anyhow, our laws are written on our hearts, right? That's called lex non scripta. It's law not written, but the one that's on your heart, the one that's prescribed by nature, and nature's God. That's what really rules over you. Now, I wanted to talk about the debt from the USA and US Inc., right? Because those 14th Amendment citizens are required to pay it, right? So this is an old slide, actually. It's probably much higher than this right now. But if you go to usdebtclock.org, you can see in this top left-hand corner, what is the quote national debt according to them, right? How much are the employees spending, right? So, it's a $31.5 trillion. That's a lot of money. And with almost everybody on public assistance because everyone's getting so sick, right? Who's going to pay for this? Well, according to them, it's the 14th Amendment US citizens, as well as citizens of the United States. But what happens to you when you're in debt? Think about it. Think about it in your own home. I don't know if you've ever gone haywire with your credit cards. I have. There's a reason why they call it, quote, drowning in debt, because you feel like you can't breathe. You feel like, I really shouldn't have gotten that couch. I really shouldn't have gotten that new washing machine. Oh my goodness, right? It can be really, really troublesome, especially if you've got a car payment and rent or mortgage or whatever you've got going on, right? It can be very, very difficult. But the point is, when you're in debt, you become a slave. So if it's happening in your own home, you're a slave. But guess what? If it's happening by your government, you're also a slave to that debt. Now, what makes the debt? Remember Bill? Well, we were so conditioned at a young age to just embrace Bill and love Bill. I loved Bill. I thought he was so awesome, working so hard, going up and down the Congress, up the steps, and he was exhausted and sweating on the steps. And there was the song, I'm just a Bill. Yes, I'm only a Bill. And I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill, right? So we were manipulated as young people to embrace Bill. And guess what? We didn't put 2 and 2 together, that bills are literal. Now, what do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? No, they're not, Michelle. I literally had a politician tell me, no, they're not. That's ridiculous. Well, if the 14th Amendment US citizen has to pay them, then they are literal, okay? There is real, just because they come in a package called IRS, right? Or Internal Revenue Service, a bill by any other name is still a bill, right? Mortgage bill, utility bill, credit card bill, insurance bill, bills. Well, that's what happens at the State House. That's what happens in Washington, D.C. They are passing bills up the wazoo to the tune of $31.5 trillion. And they expect you to pay for it, for crying out loud. But you'll be drowning in debt because 14th Amendment citizens have to pay those debts. Now, they have every incentive in the world to keep this charade going. Imagine if your job as a politician, you had one job aside from being reelected. And you know what that job is? Pass bills. Get bills on the books. You will not get to keep that corporate job if you do not pass bills. Their entire existence is to keep us fighting against one another, right? Republicans and Democrats, right? It's CNN versus Fox all the time. It's this whole paradigm, right? Are you with Biden or are you still thinking about Trump, or whatever? It's the whole left-right paradigm, keeping people enslaved. Now, people sometimes ask me, oh, aren't there any good politicians? And I say, of course. They don't even know their own job description, for crying out loud. They get into politics because they've got ideas and they want to help. And they think, I can get something through that's going to help people, right? They want to be public servants. Well, then they get elected. And then they find out they have to pass bills. And suddenly they're looking, what else can I do? What else can I do? It would be the same thing as hiring a housekeeper, right? You want your housekeeper to clean the floors, clean the bathroom, clean the kitchen, take out the trash, and do the sheets. Okay. Next thing you know, she's washing your car. She called her husband to fix your roof. She called her cousin to come and trim your trees, paint the house. Hire a pilot to take her on vacation and then send you the bill. Okay. That is what they're doing. Okay. To the tune of $31.5 trillion. Right. So it's been wild, but there are really great, nice, hardworking, wonderful, warm, family, lovely politicians. Okay. But they'll do anything to get a bill passed. Okay, so even the most, quote, constitutionally minded politicians will pass this kind of garbage. Let me just read this to you. And I highlighted the word individual, right? Because early on when we were talking about those different words, individual is one of these legalese terms, right? Can you go to the law book and see where God created, quote, individual? It doesn't say that. It says man or woman. Okay. Now, if the, quote, individual poses a danger to the, quote, public health, the state health officer may subject the individual to isolation or quarantine. And if there's no practical method to isolate or quarantine the individual, the state health officer may use any means necessary to vaccinate or treat the individual. So guess what? If you identify as an individual, this whole thing applies to you, right? So be careful what you identify as. And yes, I'm speaking to all those who are just pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing for more gender opportunities, right? You guys are being used to identify as things so that there could be laws passed against enslaving you further. So be careful what you wish for. Now I digress. Let's just pull this apart for a second. So you already heard about individual, right? Now, danger to public health. Who gets to decide if you're a danger? The state health officer. How about that? This unelected man or woman that works for a corporation gets to decide if you are a danger to the public health. And look what they can do to you. Any means necessary actually means any means necessary. And I'll give you an example, right? Back here, Ron Paul was memorializing the Waco massacre a couple of years ago, and I couldn't help but see this article. And down here at the bottom, he wrote, Waco illustrates the dangers to our lives and liberties posed by a hyper-interventionist foreign policy. Eventually, the deadly tools of the military-industrial complex will be brought home and used against U.S. citizens, right? They always tell you what's coming before it comes. This was 2 years ago, okay? Now listen up. He says hyper-interventionist foreign policy. Why do you think he says that, right? It's because of the British Accreditation Registry, the British Accreditation Regency. How many politicians are bar attorney members? Thousands upon thousands upon thousands. Why? Because they're the most adept at word magic. They're the most adept at learning how to create things that can be legislated, right? That's why when they came out with this whole concept called public health, oh my gosh, it created an entire paradigm. Huge opportunities for the 300 new you-know-what things that are going to be eventually mandated as soon as people are open to the mandates, which you and I both know people that would pin you down themselves and stick that thing in your arm, in your arm if they could. All right, but I digress. So they always tell you what's coming. And for those of you that don't know what happened in Waco, you know, in the 90s, there was this group of people, very religious people. They were, you know, concerned about the ways of the world and what was going on. And so they bought all this land, moved to Waco, Texas, so they could raise their kids in peace. And so they tried to start like a little community. A lot of people are doing that right now, okay? And then what did they do? The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms went in there and killed them all. I think there were a few survivors, but they like killed them all because they had guns. They were strong believers in the Second Amendment. And that was it. They just wiped them off the face of the earth. Now, if they could do it to people who are honoring God, imagine what they could do to you. Now, again, they always tell you what's coming, right? So yesterday, it was this show, and you could see all the little boxes, okay? And today, it's this platform that we are using today. They always tell you what's coming. Now, yesterday, 1988, there was this movie called Rain Man. Now, back in the 80s, the autism rate was approximately 1 out of every 2,000 children. Today, it's 1 in 30 children. I wonder what could possibly be going on that's causing all of these problems in our children. Now, what else are they doing? Yesterday, there was a mini series on television about an alien invasion called V, which reminds me of the first letter that, of the thing, okay? But I digress. There is an alien invasion. And they have this thing called Space Force. So just like with NASA, right? They look for ways that they could spend your money. So now they have a whole jurisdiction that they've invented called space. And they're going to use outer space to tax you into oblivion. Because are you ever going to be able to go up there and check on those space stations yourself? No. Did you ever see, the Mazda Miata going around, that looked like a home movie that my son, my 12-year-old, could do a better job of? Anyway, yeah, Space Force, because you'll never be able to check on it yourself. Now, parens patriae, we're living in a paradigm, okay? Parens patriae is Latin for parent of the people. And under parens patriae, a state or a court has a paternal and protective role over its property. Oops, I mean citizens. Or others subject to its jurisdiction. Now I want to point out where it says on the second line, a state or court, notice the uppercase S, okay? Now letter styling matters. You guys are going to start becoming, scholars at letter styling. Uppercase S is not talking about the land mass, right? So I'm on California. If I was talking about this land mass called California, that would be a lowercase s. It's a geographically defined, land. But an uppercase S is the quote government authority, right? So when you see these letter stylings, I want you to get really adept at noticing the different nuances. An example of why it makes such a big difference is, I can give you 2 examples. One is, if I was going to make a turkey sandwich and I said like this, hey, I'm going to make a turkey sandwich. Would you like one? That would be a lowercase t, right? Because it's not a proper noun. However, if I was telling you that this summer I plan to go to Turkey, that would be an uppercase T because it is a proper noun, right? So those, you and I'm pretty sure we would be able to agree that a turkey sandwich is not the same as a country called Turkey. Very, very, very different, right? I can't really wrap my mouth around a country, okay? But a yummy turkey sandwich. Now, same thing with like Orange County, right? Orange County is just south of Los Angeles County. And Orange County is a proper noun. So it's a capital O. But if I went to my backyard to pick an orange off my orange tree, that is not a proper noun. So it's a lowercase o. So these little things you're going to need to start paying attention to because it matters in your overall world experience here. And I love, love, love this case from City of Dallas versus Mitchell, right? This annotation says that rights are not derived from governmental agencies, either municipal, state, or federal, or even from the Constitution. They exist inherently in every man by endowment of who? Look at that, the Creator, and are merely reaffirmed in the Constitution and restricted only to the extent that they have been voluntarily surrendered by the citizenship to the agencies of government. The people's rights are not derived from the government, but the government's authority comes from the people. Now, here's the thing. I already knew that. just like you already knew that, right? We knew that up here, but our day-to-day life was not reflecting this. I've never had a government worker, acknowledge my authority. Have you? No, I've actually had government workers give me a moving violation. In 1993, I got a speeding ticket. I'll never forget it. Okay. Middle of the night, driving home from Mammoth. Nobody was on the road. I could have gone, 200 miles an hour if my car would have let me. There was nobody around. And I got pulled over for speeding. Okay, that's what my employees have been doing to me. Or, thankfully, I don't have a lot of speeding tickets. I'm just saying they have this power tripping thing going on, right? And they have to generate the revenue and they have to remind us how they control us. But that's not how it's supposed to be. It's simply not how America is supposed to be. Now, there's also this that I want to introduce to you. This is the law of kinds. It's basically a maxim of law, which is universally true. And I'm going to share with you what this is. So Penhollow versus Doan's Administrators has this in the annotations. It says, inasmuch as every government is an artificial person, an abstraction and a creature of the mind only with other artificial persons, the imaginary having neither actuality nor substance is foreclosed from creating and attaining parity with the tangible. Now you're tangible, so am I. The legal manifestation of this is that no government, as well as any law, agency, aspect, court, etc., can concern itself with anything other than corporate artificial persons and the contracts between them. Now, I'm going to break it down. Like can only get into a contract with like, right? I can't ask my cup to go make me another cup of coffee, right? I can't get into a contract with this. This is a dead entity, yes? Now, I assert that we are walking around in our lives with contracts with entities that we are not like. But how did it happen? Let me give you an example. I have a contract with the credit union, right? They have some sort of a corporate charter, and I have a contract with them, or do I? Because I'm a living woman, but that credit union is an inanimate object. It's got a building and a front door and a bunch of people that work there, but there's no man called or woman called Glendale Federal Credit Union. Nope. So how did I get into a contract with the credit union? Well, I'm here to assert I was, and you probably still are, unlawfully converted into an artificial person. You have been contractually changed into that of a corporation. And that's how come you might have a cell phone contract, insurance, banking, any number of things. You might have a contract with the Department of Motor Vehicles, etc. Okay, but let's keep going. I want to explain how they converted you. And it's becoming a US citizen by birth, which is different than being born, is a form of unlawful conversion and a crime of state prohibited under both the Geneva Convention and the Hague Convention. How about that? So how did that happen? Right? Do you remember going, I would give nothing, there would be no limit to what I would give to get to be called, a corporation, right? No, most people don't know that, So here's the thing. I'm going to take you on a little journey into a delivery room. Okay. So imagine you're in a delivery room and, you know, a little baby girl comes into this world and everything's hunky-dory, right? Mom is healthy, dad is healthy, everything's going fine. Well, guess what? There's a string of events that most people don't even realize are going on. Okay. And I can assert that 100% of the time, either everything's fine and hunky-dory, mom is healthy, baby's healthy, everything's fine, or something's wrong, right? Something's wrong with the baby, something's wrong with mom. But either way, the mom and dad are distracted. They're either doting over their newborn or they're totally distracted because something's wrong. During that distraction, okay, stuff is happening right under our noses and we don't even recognize it. So let's start with some of the more obvious things that they do. Okay, first of all, they, clean the baby, right? Clean the baby. Then what they do is they inject. There's the vitamin K and the hepatitis B. This has a synergistic effect. And I'm sure this is what I'm not allowed to talk about on YouTube. I'll move on. Let's just say it doesn't help. Okay. Then what happens is they take a black ink sole print on the bottom of the foot of the newborn. Now, black ink is indicative of debt, D-E-A-T-H. Now, it's also indicative of debt, D-E-B-T, right? I also want to point out that they prick the heel of the newborn, which causes a bruising of the heel. Now, for those of you that have perused the law book, you'll remember the bruising of the heel and the significance of that. And of course, some say that I'm taking it out of context, but I assert that when you talk about the seed of Eve and the seed of the serpent, and you read the fine print a little closely, you'll see that we've had generations now of bruising of the heel. Now, moving on. So we've got the black ink sole print. We've got the injections. We've got the debt and death ink color. Now, they will introduce a birth certificate application to the mother and father. Here's the thing. Think about it in your life. Anytime you have filled out a document that needed to be registered or filed or approved or whatever, right? Anytime you've ever filled out something like that, you might not think of it like this, but it's a contract. Think about it. Did you ever fill out a job application? Did you ever fill out a loan application, credit card application? Did you apply to, get an apartment? Anything like that? Well, if you did, then you'll know that that is a contract. If it got registered somewhere, look, you might have filled out a thing to, quote, register your car. That's a contract. Well, that's exactly what happens with the birth certificate application. So the baby is born, and then there's this process called being birthed, B-I-R-T-H. Now, I know that it's spelled with an I. However, I also want you to think about how boats are birthed in the marina, B-E-R-T-H. Okay, so just keep that in mind for a little bit later because it is going to be relevant at some point when I talk about it more. But I just want you to know that there's word magic going on. There's unlawful conversion that is unlawful. These are crimes of personage. And just as you don't need permission to be born, okay, you don't need permission to die. You don't need permission to live and exist. But yet these documents show us your papers, right? They have us believing that we need permission for all of this stuff. All right, now I'm going to play a clip. However, I have to stop the recording to avoid any strikes on social media, but I do want to play this for you. Pause the recording. This is what happens when. Okay, so you saw for yourself what happens when people say, no, we are not doing that. And the coercion by the, quote, health authorities is very real. They use word magic all the time to confuse parents and make them feel guilty. They said, don't you want your child to be healthy? I mean, come on. What mom or dad does not want their child to be healthy? Give a break. All right. Now, why do they steal the DNA? So according to Harvard, and I'm going to quote directly, quote, it is estimated that 1 gram of DNA can hold up to 215 petabytes. 1 petabyte equals 1 million gigabytes of information. And because all the digital data in the world can be theoretically stored in 81 kilograms of DNA, DNA storage is being actively pursued as a compelling storage medium for the future. Wow, DNA as a storage? Who knew? Well, maybe that's why they keep bruising the heel. Now, there's this guy who had this to say about the DNA.
DNA holds a message. I went into one of the oldest and most mysterious spiritual texts, the Sefer Yetzirah, and it's only been translated into English once. Every single alphabet that has ever been known to exist has always had a mysterious number linked to the letter that it represents. When I took the ancient alphabets and I replaced the elements of the DNA with those alphabets, the DNA began to read as you read letters in a sentence in the page upon a book. When we replaced those letters with a periodic table and we began reading the text, the very first sentence in every strand of DNA literally says the words, God eternal within the body.
Wild, right? So it's possible that stealing the DNA is theft of God's eternal message and of God's creation, right? Remember that one of God's creations is man and woman. Also from the Geneva Bible, Revelation 13:18 says, here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. Now, of course, I had to look up what 60 meant because I had no idea. And I found out that 60 means 3 20s, which is 60. So 600 times 60 times 6, which is this, 600, 6 comes up to 216,000. Now, we know, and by the way, if there's any scientists on here that can let me know if this is correct or not, I would greatly appreciate it, because this is just a theory at this point. But you get a strand, one long strand of 72,000, I think 72,000 genes, if I'm not mistaken, from your mother. You get another 72,000, which comes up to 144,000 from your father, right, combined. Now, if you have a triple strand of DNA, then that comes up to 216,000. Now, we've always been known to be binary, right? You get your DNA from your mom, you get your DNA from your dad. But now there's this whole movement about being non-binary. And why is it that the queen, before she passed away, did a big old lighting ceremony of the triple strand DNA tree of life last summer? So you can check out that video by searching it on your favorite search engine. But is there more to this whole transgender story because of non-binary? Do they want everyone to be not of their mother and father anymore? All right, now let's get back to this common law conversation. So what do they do with that birth certificate application? So that birth certificate application ends up getting registered at your county, right? The Secretary of State's office. And so here's what ends up happening. they will take your born name. So we're going to start at I know this is a busy slide. I'm going to try to walk you through it. We're going to go right underneath born name, follow that yellow arrow to where it says, this example name, John William Doe. And I want you to notice the proper upper and lowercase styling of the name. Okay, I also want you to notice that there is no parse syntax, right? There's not dashes, there's not colons, there's not all this other stuff. It is simply the way that you would have learned to write your name when you were, just starting out in life at school. Now, this is called your trade name. This is the name your mother and father gave you. Now, if we move to the left, you'll notice the styling in the blue box, the yellow arrow pointing to this quote, all caps version of the full name. Okay, that's called your trademark name as opposed to your trade name. It's also called your straw man. It's also called your US citizen. It's also the part of you, or the part you think is you, that is on the citizenship, the one that is birthed. It's also your foreign enemy, which I'll talk about in a minute. Then if we look to the yellow arrow on the right-hand side, notice how the middle name became a middle initial. This is called your transmitting utility name. It's in all capital letters, and it's first, middle initial, and then last. That's called your TIN man, which stands for tax identification number man. It's also known as your citizen of the United States, right? That's the papist municipal. And then it's also called a vessel. It's also your domestic enemy. And then down at the bottom, you've got the quote, first name, last name, all caps. That is the ward of the state. And now I just want to talk for a moment about all enemies, foreign and domestic. And I want you to think about the citizenship being a ship of war, right? A ship of war includes all vessels at war. So when they did that unlawful conversion of your name and made you both a foreign and domestic enemy, that's what happened literally within hours of you being born. Well, the foreign enemy on the left was born, quote, birthed as soon as your birth certificate application was registered. The other one, the domestic enemy, that didn't come about until you were approximately age 7, when no one came to claim that they had found you floating, out at sea. Okay. Your vessel was never found. Okay. But I digress. Think about any time you've ever watched any official, elected man or woman, a police officer, something like that, military, when they put their hand on a Bible and they swear to defend against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and then you realize, holy smokes, they actually converted me into both of those. That is why what we're witnessing today is a prison for profit pipeline. Okay. And they are, I am 100% convinced they are targeting Black and brown communities and poor people. Okay. It's really, really awful. So they made you into this enemy of the state. And remember, it's not America that has done this. It's the corporation. All right. By the way, it's the Naval Agency and Distribution Act of 1864 that is largely responsible for these, quote, vessels lost at sea and all of that. So among other things, this act names the officers of the crown on our state. So the ship's agent, quote, ship's agent is the state, like state of California, state of, Nevada, whatever, fill in the blank. So the ship's agent is the state governor, also known as the commanding officer. And the next in command is the state secretary of state, who collects and distributes the funds of salvage, bounty, prize, and other valuables among the officers and crews thereof. They are there to take salvage, which is piracy, of all of our assets until we, quote, return from being lost at sea, and we put them on notice that we have returned. So this act is an establishment of an occupational status for the ship's officers. And I want you to think of the citizenship, right? We've all talked about citizenship before. Think of it like this: a warship. People who are engaging in citizenship are actually, on paper, presumed to be out at sea on a warship at war. So keep that in mind as we move forward. Additional evidence regarding the power of the Brits is that the British territorial United States of America, right, has this legislation, legislation.gov.uk, and they renewed the Social Security Order 1997. And that's for, quote, United States of America. That's the British territorial. Also, if you start doing some research online, you'll find that there have been lots and lots of people that have served our military that were knighted by the monarchy. And we wonder why there's always stories about the monarchy, the queen, the king, the princes, the grandchildren, right, at the checkout whenever you go to the supermarket. All right, now one of my very favorite journalists, Del Bigtree, has this amazing show called The High Wire. He also runs the Informed Consent Action Network. And last year, when he was giving everybody his opinion about the State of the Union address that Biden had, served up to everybody on March 1st last year, Del had this to say. And now that you know what I've been talking about regarding citizen, I want you to listen to what he had to say and see if you could point out what's wrong.
Control over our own bodies and the bodies of our children, then we are not citizens, but rather property of our government.
Right? If we do not have control over our own bodies and the bodies of our children, then we are not citizens, but property of our government? No, Del, actually, the way that it is since you do not have control over your own body and the bodies of your children, then you are a citizen and property of the government. That's how that works. Also, I want to point out JFK warned, I believe it was a dire warning, before he was murdered. So it was in April of 1961, he gave an incredible speech at the Press Club. So you can go to your favorite search engine and search for JFK Press Club speech and listen to it. It's about 20 minutes long, highly worth the homework to listen to it. Okay. He was talking about the media, right? And they have such an important role. They're granted this freedom of the press, right? To be able to tell us the truth about what's really going on. But unfortunately, that's not what's been going on with the media. They've been, being censored and all sorts of horrible things going on. They've been actually being used as a tool of mind manipulation. Now, the other thing he talked about, which I found to be very, very important, was he called out the repugnancy of the secret societies. And through my years of research, I have come to determine that yes, in fact, there's a very small group of people running a whole heck of a lot on this earth. Now, last year when I was preparing for my speech in Atlanta, I wanted to grab a couple of headlines. Now, there was this headline from Fortune that said in May 19th of 2022, that the US government places a $119 million order for 13 million freeze-dried monkeypox vaccines. And I want you to know that on May 19th, I had not heard of monkeypox before. I was like, monkeypox? Oh boy, sounds like they're gonna have another pandemic. They're gearing up. They got to spend money, right? The other thing that caught my attention was that mortality among white-collar workers had jumped 24% over prior year from 2020 to 2021. And that was according to life insurance data. And then there's this one, like our poor kids, they're just subject to so much government yucky yuck. But the FDA authorized Pfizer boosters for 5 to 11-year-olds. So then in July, look at this. Guess what happened? Fauci issued a warning on monkeypox in US. How about that? That was in July 2022. And then of course, health.gov, you can go to Healthy People 2030, where it demonstrates the #1 and only goal that they have. They have one goal and one goal only. And even though there are only 20 people on this call, I believe that in short order, they will actually remove that. So go grab it and see it for yourself before it disappears from the internet, just like my YouTube video from a couple weeks ago. And then of course, this headline from the Defender, 1 in 30 US kids diagnosed with autism in 2020. That's a 53% jump, according to their research from 2017 to 2020. All right, now I'm going to just talk a little longer right here about the media. I've got 3 videos for you to watch, and I just want you to have a listen and see if you agree with me that who sponsors what you get to see.
Pfizer. CBS Health Watch sponsored by Pfizer. Anderson Cooper 360. Brought to you by Pfizer.
ABC News Nightline. Brought to you by Pfizer. Making a difference. Brought to you by Pfizer.
CNN Tonight. Brought to you by Pfizer. Early Start. Brought to you by Pfizer. Friday night on Aaron Burnett Out Front. Brought to you by Pfizer.
This Week with George Stephanopoulos is brought to you by Pfizer.
This weather report brought to you by Pfizer.
Today's countdown to the royal wedding is brought to you by Pfizer.
And now a CBS Sports Update brought to you by Pfizer.
Meet the Press Data Download brought to you by Pfizer.
This portion of CBS This Morning sponsored by Pfizer.
On how to find the hidden sugars in the American family diet. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Okay, let's keep going. Especially, this one's a little weird because of all the recent derailments.
The wheels
are coming off.
The wheels off.
The wheels are coming off.
Coming off.
The wheels are coming off.
The wheels may be coming off.
The wheels are coming off.
The wheels are coming off.
The wheels are falling off.
The wheels are coming off.
The wheels are off.
The wheels are coming off.
The wheels are coming off.
All right, and one more.
Who are you really shopping for this holiday season? It's okay, you can admit it, if you've bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
Well, it's okay, you can admit it if you have bought an item or 2 or maybe 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it. You've bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it if you bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it if you've bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it if you've bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it, Todd. If you've bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it. If you bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it. If you brought an item or 2 or maybe 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it. If you bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it. If you bought 1 or 2 or maybe 3 or 4, maybe even 10 items for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it. If you bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it. If you bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it. If you bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it. If you bought an item or 2 or maybe 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it if you bought maybe an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
Is it okay? You can admit it. If you bought an item or 2 or 3 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it. If you bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it. If you brought an item or 2 or 10 for you.
It's okay, you can admit it.
If you've bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it if you bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it if you bought an item or 2 or 10
say for yourself.
It's okay, admit it, if you bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it if you bought yourself 1 or 2 or 10 things for yourself, because a lot of people do it.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. All right, so hopefully it is obvious. Okay. Media is designed to keep you distracted and hypnotized. And they've been at this for several generations now. By the way, I found out from my sister recently that this organization that put together this video, stopworldcontrol.com, they ended up putting our assembly website on their website. I thought that was pretty cool. Thanks, stopworldcontrol.com. You guys are awesome. All right. The secret of freedom lies in educating people, whereas the secret of tyranny is in keeping them ignorant. And that is the impetus of why I want to share all of this with you, because I want to help educate you. I want to not have you stuck, trying to figure this all out over the next 8 years. We don't have that much time. But I do want to point out that prior to media, there was just symbolism. That's pretty much all that there was. People could tell what they were dealing with based on what the symbology was, right? If you think of a, cowboy with a white hat as opposed to a cowboy with a black hat, that was supposed to mean something back in the day. Of course, nowadays, it's all really confusing, to the average consumer, quote consumer, but to the handlers, nothing's changed. It's still the same. So I want to just point out, right, this whole Ukrainian thing, that when I say Ukrainian thing, I'm talking about the potential war in Ukraine. Now, I want you to know that Ukraine, unfortunately, has been being it's a storefront for the Department of Commerce, and has been for a very, very, very long time. And I didn't know that. I didn't really realize that until the first time I saw the Ukrainian flag, and I recognized this color array with the water, right? The blue, and the obelisk, the yellow, sort of one eye, this quote, male dominance paradigm. This is all Department of Commerce stuff. And not only that, but Department of Commerce, right? You can see the mercantile ship and the significance of the water. It's actually very, very significant because there's water. The water jurisdiction is one of the jurisdictions, right? Now, commerce is commercial. Commercial is always in relation to contracts, right? And remember what we learned about contract when we were talking about Dred Scott earlier, that Supreme Court Dred Scott decision? That we only lose our rights by contract, by consent, right? So that's why commerce is such an important thing to know about, because it inherently involves you giving up some of your natural God-given rights. Now, commerce happens because of the water jurisdiction, the mercantile, merchant, marine, all of this. It's all seafaring language. Also, just pointing out a sample of how blue and yellow are highly, highly marketable right now. And then, of course, this is example. These are two examples, just two. There's a ton. If you search for architectural obelisk, unfortunately, there's these architecture used all over the place. Now, symbology really does matter because I like to say that if they show you who they are, believe them. Okay. They think you don't know. Okay. So, the needle, I'm over here on the top left, the needle and the snake, right? The needle and two snakes, right? We've got the needle and the snake, needle and the snake. Why is that relevant, right? We've got the needle and the snake here. We've got the needle and the snake here. Bring in the corona. All right, you got needle and snake, needle and snake. I got the snake. You got the snake. It's all relevant. Why? Well, it's going to sound crazy, I know, but think about the Garden of Eden. So in the Garden of Eden, here came a snake to try to convince Adam and Eve that they needed to partake in the fruit, the forbidden fruit, right? And they were forewarned, you can have anything in this garden, but do not undermine my authority. Do not do something you're not supposed to do. Well, they did. And ever since, there's been this ongoing war between the seed of Eve and the seed of the serpent, right? So the seed of the serpent is the ultimate, a symbology of deception, deceit, the liar, right? The snake. Now, some people in the medical field kind of laugh this off, and I'm not attacking people in the medical field. I'm just trying to share with you what I've learned over the years. They say, no, the snake is a symbol of wisdom. And that is so not the truth. That's like a massive, massive lie. And I'm not calling those people liars. I'm saying that they've been lied to by those who were teaching them what the meaning is. So the needle has always been about the vaccines. The snake has always been this deceiver. And I also want to point out the wave, right? Water jurisdiction. The wave within the blood. Remember the significance of the DNA in the blood, right? So when you add water to it, not only are you crossing jurisdictions there, but you're also adulterating the blood, right? Adultery goes against one of the 10 commandments. And then, of course, there's G7 Cornwall, right? You see the water symbology. And then, of course, I mentioned it earlier, the corona, right? We've got World Economic Forum. We've got the World Health Organization. We've got all these things about world. Okay. Now, world is a paradigm. World is not, I used to think world meant like Earth. No. World is a paradigm. World is the paradigm that's operated by the snake. Okay. The deceivers, the deception. So if you want to live in the world, right, you're going to be deceived. Now, here's some additional worldly symbology, right? Here's that one eye. This is on the US, quote, currency. If you think of a water currency. And then, of course, they use celebrities. Edward Bernays was the ultimate social engineer. He was, I think, the very first social engineer. Became very, very famous when he realized that people naturally are drawn to false idol worship, right? American Idol, right? Idol worship. So people who have no discernment would, sort of pawn after celebrities. Maybe it's because they're beautiful. Maybe it's because they've got tons of money. Maybe it's because of their talent, influence, power, who knows, right? But the fact of the matter is there's a reason why it goes against the first commandment. Or maybe it's the second. God, number one is to have God in first place. Number two is essentially to not have any false idols, right? They talk about the graven images and the stone and the wood and all of that, blah, blah, blah. But the point of the matter is that people are naturally drawn
And the deceivers in the world use man's weakness against our natural weaknesses against us. There's a reason why there are those 10 commandments. Now, oh, I forgot to say, they cover up one eye, okay, right? They cover up one eye and expose the other eye. It's this whole top-down system, and it's honoring their false god, which is Satan the deceiver. Now, they show you this other symbology that if you follow him, that 666, your eyes will be opened, right? You'll get to have both of your eyes open. You'll have 20/20 vision if you follow the Dark Lord. There's also additional symbology of devil horn hands, right? There's also common symbology on the technology platforms, which I'm starting to see that technology is somewhat of a false idol and a false religion as well. But you can see that Gmail has the Masonic royal apron. Facebook has the Masonic two-ball cane. Apple App Store and the Android product store both use Freemasonry symbology. Google Chrome has all of those sixes, right? All wrapped into one divine eye symbol, the king sign, 666. And then there's Google Play, which has the seal of Satan. And then Google GPS has the eye of providence. It's all this one eye stuff. And by the way, the whole New Age movement too, I've got to call them out. They use pretty sick symbology too. Most people don't know it. They think that they're being multicultural. They think that they're honoring different countries and stuff like that. And that's not true. Unfortunately, that's another falsity. But you can see some of these deities or symbols of statues of these deities, you know, these fake gods or false gods. They also use the 666 with their hand together, and they've got the little eye right there in the palm, you know, snakes all around. 666 CERN, right, in Switzerland. Also, this what do you call it? Lord Shiva symbology is at CERN in Switzerland as well. And it's often used on flyers and, you know, beautiful, peaceful sayings and books and stuff. And if you pay close attention, they usually make it really small so people can't totally see it. But if you blow it up and you get a closer look, you'll see that it's stomping babies, right? They are anti-baby. And it's pretty sick because they'll tell you that that's a lie, but I want you to trust what you see. I want you to notice, like, this has a king, you know, king cobra snake and all of this stuff, right? There's like 3 arms, you know, whatever the heck, right? So maybe it's 4 arms. But I want you to just start becoming aware of how they will try to do a shell game and hide the darkness among things that they call light or like positive energy, right? And then of course, over here, we've got the 666 on both hands. And then they try to make this heart symbology. I've seen this a lot where they actually close the fingers and they'll do like a pumping the heart, you know, on social media and stuff like that. So you just have to be mindful of what you're dealing with, because one of Satan's nicknames is the angel of light. And that is one of the ways that you can be deceived. Now, this is a very busy slide, so I think you should just screen capture it and do a little bit of research on it, because this slide really encapsulates how the, quote, world is run, right? Remember that the world is a paradigm. It's not necessarily, quote, the truth, but if you pay attention, you can see who the players are. And you no longer have to be part of that particular matrix if you don't want to be. Okay, you don't have to be of the world. You don't even have to be in the world anymore. You can choose to exit. Now, there's also a great documentary called The New American Century, which sheds a lot of light on that whole situation. And that film is by Massimo Mazzucco. So thank you, Massimo. Also, you know, what do we do now, Michelle? Like, seriously, it's 10:53. We've been at this now since 9 o'clock.
It's almost 11 and it's like doom and gloom this whole time. So now what do we do? Like, really? You're going to dump all this on us? And now what? How are we going to fix this mess? Well, I can promise you, you can't fix the world. You can't fix the world. Its whole intent is death, destruction, and darkness. You can't change the world, but you can change what happened to you. Right? One man, one woman at a time. You can, as a thing is bound, so it is unbound. And now that you're, quote, an adult, you're a full-grown man or full-grown woman, you can actually undo the damage that was done to you without your consent. Or it might have been done by your consent without full disclosure. Now, the secret of change is to focus all of your, quote, energy, not on fighting the old, but on building the new. And I'm here to tell you, we're not actually building anything brand new, but we are restoring America. Now, our Constitution, this is an important point. Our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. And that was by John Adams in 1798. Very long time ago, but here's the thing. The government workers, right? The ones that have been running, quote, the world, are not moral people. How do we know? Look around. Okay. There's barratry and peonage and personage and all this stuff, human trafficking going on. There's outrageous taxation, drug smuggling, gun running, chemical spraying, geoengineering, the whole thing. Those people are not morally upright. Okay, so that's why John Adams said this. Our founding fathers warned us a long time ago that it could get out of hand. So we would need morally upright people to be able to fix it. So we, the living people, are in a spiritual war. Our battle commander is the Holy Spirit. Our weapons in this war are discernment, courage, humility, gratitude, generosity, mercy, love, faith, truth, justice, and peace. It is only with these weapons that any of us can win. And I credit Anna Maria Reisinger, the fiduciary of the capital T United States of America, capital U as well. Also, I want to give some credit to the Forefathers Monument, also known as the Faith Monument. I've observed that the Statue of Liberty really gets all the credit. The Statue of Liberty gets all the attention. But as you can see, based on one of these cornerstones, liberty is only one of the cornerstones of America. Our number one is pointing up to God, pointing up to the heavenlies or the heavens. But then we've got that whole foundation is being held up by liberty, morality, law, and education. So that's at Plymouth Rock, right? Because our country's forming could not have happened without that Mayflower Compact in the beginning. And when the people fear their government, there is tyranny. When the government fears the people, there is liberty. Now let's discuss political status. I like to call it the real politically correct, right? It's not about your pronouns, but what it is about is, this restoration of America. So first and foremost, we are not sovereign citizens. That is an oxymoron. Okay, at the very beginning, we talked a lot about citizen. Okay, you can't be both free and a citizen at the same time. And that, no matter what jurisdiction you're in. Now, there was this document that I came across in my early years of trying to understand this mess. And it's called the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. It's from 1976, I believe. And it's from the United Nations. Now, I have to tell you, I am no fan of the United Nations. Whether or not they started out with good intent, I don't know. But I will tell you this, the United Nations has been a tool for enslaving poorer countries. And it's just been so sad to watch the destruction that they've been engaging in. But I digress. They did get this right in the 70s. Okay, Part 1, Article 1, Number 1, down at the bottom says, all peoples have the right of self-determination. By virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development, right? They got that right. Now, political status, I used to think that meant political party, right? Remember when I was mad at the Democrats and I was like, oh, I know, I'll become a Republican, right? So I thought, you know what, that is true. You are allowed to freely choose your political party, but no, political status has nothing to do with political party. It has to do with those 5 that we talked about in the very beginning. So notice the word peoples, right? Peoples have that right. How do you get to be a people if this whole time you've been categorized as persons, individuals, residents, citizens, aliens, and any number of other titles, right? How do you get to be one of the people again? Well, in order to be a people, you have to be a man or a woman again. You have to actually be considered a living man or living woman. And the only place that that is ever justified is in the law book, which I'll talk about in a little bit. Everywhere else, it's all legalese, which is all fictional terminology. And again, so peoples have the right, and then they freely can determine their economic, economic, social, and cultural development. Now, it took the US Corporate Congress 14 years to ratify that document. Shame on them. Now I want to introduce de jure and de facto. Okay, so de jure, I'm just going to use I'm not going to use the dictionary version. I'm just going to summarize. De jure is of the law, God's law, things that are lawful, right? Things that are unalienable. That's de jure. Then there's de facto. It's sort of like, well, what's happening in reality? In fact, I literally still see people still driving around sometimes with a mask on with their windows rolled up. Like that's in fact, that's what's happening. By the way, the entire legal system, the whole legal system is all de facto, because that's what's ruling the world right now, this legal system. Now, there's living and then there's fiction, right? People are living, persons are fiction. So the types of people that there's man, woman, son, and daughter. Notice how none of the genders are on that side. I think there's 72 gender options now, literally, okay? And then on the right, there's persons that are fictions. Some examples are citizen, whether it's uppercase C or lowercase c, businesses, trusts, governments, all kinds of stuff can be persons and fictions. Now I want to revert over to this conversation about our founding documents. Now, Mrs. Powell asked Benjamin Franklin, what form of government have we got? A monarchy or a republic? And he answered her, a republic, madam, if you can keep it. Listen, he knew he and his fellow signers, they were not going to live forever. They were not going to be able to live into perpetuity to hold the line and keep America free. So that's why he was talking, not just to her, but to all of us. He knew that when he was long gone, that it's possible that all the work that they had done would get quietly forgotten about because of the self-interest and the growing tyranny of that commercial system. Also, I want to talk about Republican form of government, which is not the same thing as the Republican Party. So our Constitution guarantees us a Republican form of government. This is the form of government provided by the county level local government occupying the soil jurisdiction. And it is created when and only when people claim their birthright political status and join together to create a county jural assembly. Note that our right to peaceably assemble is one of the guarantees of all three main constitutions. Now, the Constitution, you might remember from school, is the supreme law of the land, right? But who's on the land, right? Remember from the beginning, man and woman are on the land. That's it, okay? Persons are not on the land. Individuals, residents, aliens, citizens, minors, parents, not on the land. Okay? Now, that whole paradigm of the supreme law of the land is called the Supremacy Clause, which basically says, hey, there's a contract that exists between the living people and the government workers. Okay? And that supreme law of the land is always in place. And it also says that if there's any level of government that goes against the supreme law of the land, that it's not a law at all. But I've talked to many attorneys over the years who say, oh, the Constitution is dead. Remember at the beginning when James Lyons Weiler talked about his conversation with attorney Jim Moody, who said it's really difficult to practice law in a post-constitutional society, right? So we've been living in this paradigm where the Constitution doesn't exist. Why? Because of those emergency authorities and because there's no people. There are very few people categorized as people who can enforce the Supremacy Clause. There are simply not enough actual men and women on the land anymore. Now, your God-given rights are even greater than even the supreme law of the land. Your rights are granted to you by God, and that's it. And it's the laws of nature, and nature's God. So I can't force you to do something. You can't force me to do something. Now, does that mean that we get to go be hog wild and like become completely lawless? No, absolutely not. Actually, when you choose to be engaging in supporting this restoration of America, you actually have a higher standard of morality. So let me tell you, it's not for everybody. Okay. Now, there are some people who want to become Americans and then not involve themselves in the work of restoring the government. And they have every right to do that. You don't have to actually participate in the restoration process. You could still get on the land. But those that have the eyes to see and ears to hear and are ready to be morally upright, we actually want you to volunteer. We need your help. So any incorporated government operating in the international law of the sea is foreign to the law of the land, and therefore it is a foreign government. Every free man and free woman oppressed by an incorporated government is a victim of treason. So this is the structure of the law of the sea. Notice, if you look at this visual, right, the people are down at the bottom, but it's even worse than that because of that unlawful conversion, the birth certificate paradigm. You're not people anymore. You're actually that straw man that we were talking about earlier. So the law of the sea is ordained to serve the interests of businesses and corporations that are known as persons. And look up at the very, very little tippy top, right? Remember the tippy top that President Trump talked about? He was actually brilliant in helping people wake up to this madness. This is the tippy top he was talking about, the tippy top, right? So we're asking people to consider getting off of the citizenship and get back onto the land as living men and living women, okay? So when you do that, when you do your status correction, then guess who's up at the top? the people are back where they were supposed to be all along, just beneath God, right? There's God, the ultimate authority, and then you, when you're properly status corrected, okay? But look who's down at the bottom. That tippy top is now the tippy bottom, okay? So the law of the land is designed for living people, and it ensures that living people continue to control those aspects of life that are important to them. This is the lawful system, not awful, lawful. Okay, this is the lawful system. And this, like you saw a moment ago, this is the de facto system. Lawful and de facto, okay, de jure and de facto. Now, again, remember when I said it's not for everybody, but I want to give full disclosure. If you choose to actually become American, okay, and even if you don't, you got to know this anyway, we all have a public duty. By virtue of being Americans, we have a public duty, and our public duty is to uphold the public law. And all Americans and everyone putting their flat feet on our soil are required to uphold the public law. And nobody has any right to complain because you're doing your public duty, nor do they have any excuse for not doing theirs. So what's included in the public law? All 4 organic laws, which include, number 1, the Declaration of Independence. Number 2, the Articles of Confederation. When we reboot it, we're not there yet. The 3 federal constitutions and the Northwest Ordinance. And then beyond that, we honor the Mayflower Compact as the genesis of our form of law. The Geneva Bible as the authority for our laws, okay? The 10 Commandments as the form of law governing relations between living people. And the process of law is called American common law. Now, here's the thing. You must learn, know, and uphold your public law and object to evil. Now, I used to think I knew what evil meant. I had my own idea of evil. Why? Because of Hollywood and television and all of that. It wasn't until I started studying in terms of laws of nature. What is evil? I didn't know. Now I know. And it's important for you to know too. Why? Because if you're accidentally doing things that go against the laws of nature, you're actually making it impossible for us to restore America. Every time we go against the laws of nature, it has a ripple effect on the entire planet, believe it or not. You've all heard of that butterfly theory, right? Where if a butterfly flaps its wing, it can, right now, it can cause one little whiff in the air like this, but then, it could be a tsunami 1,000 miles away, right? So it's like that. There is an effect. Now, I do want to address this thing regarding the Bible because it has come up so many times that I just want to nip it in the bud, and I want to address it as the elephant in the room. Because sometimes people say, they find out about this and then they go, oh my gosh, I have to become a Bible thumper, right? Or a Jesus freak, or, something like that. You're making me become a Christian? What? And no, that's like the biggest lie ever. It's the biggest lie ever. So all 3 major land religions adhere to these universal laws. Okay, there are universal laws of nature, and nature's God. Now, think about times when people have, gone into court, right? And they'll put their hand on a Bible and they'll swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help them God, right? Or someone's taking an oath of office. They're going to, serve in the military, whatever. They're going to be the police chief or joining the military or whatever the heck they're doing, okay? And they have to put their hand on a Bible. We all saw it, right? I saw it on the internet, but some people saw it on television when, Joe Biden took his oath of office. He did it on a Bible, right? Is that because the whole world is a Bible thumper? Is it because the whole world is a Jesus freak? Quote, Jesus freak. I'm not blaspheming. I'm using these common terms that I hear about. No, it's not that at all. It's not because they're trying to convert, are judges trying to convert everybody into Christians? No, it's because on this earth, okay, there is a law book that essentially, it's the law book. And that's why it's used in court. It's why when someone does an affirmation, they do it on a Bible. Like, it's an important thing for people to really get. I used to think, especially when I was remember when I said I was a new ager years ago, right? It's a new ager. And I was like, I totally believed society's interpretation of what the Bible is. I believed that it was a religious text and it didn't apply to me. Okay, but that's not how it works. That is a law book, and it's super important for people to recognize that it is a law book. So when literature is corrupted, the people are when legislature is corrupted, the people are undone. And that's true. We have lots and lots of people in legislative offices that are not following the laws of nature and nature's God. Now they're back to the natural order of things that we talked about earlier, except for instead of starting at the top, this time we're going to start at the bottom. We're going to work our way up. So down at the bottom, we've got the corporations, remember, and the corporations have their own property, which are the citizens, persons, individuals, residents, aliens, humans, et cetera, and all of the other potential titles. Now, this is operating in the water jurisdiction, also known as the sea jurisdiction. It is the realm of the swamp, right? Remember when another colloquialism from Donald Trump was drain the swamp, right? So that was also a brilliant tactic to help people go, what does he mean by the swamp? That's what I did. I was like, what does he mean by that? That's so interesting. Now, at the time, I was still early in my waking up and diving into all of these alternative sources of information. But that, believe it or not, that silly little tagline was something that had me recognize that there is this thing called the swamp. And I thought he was only talking about Washington, D.C. But when I realized that Washington, D.C. was just the sort of like the sweater thread, like you grab onto the sweater thread and you're pulling on it. Next thing you know, you're unraveling this whole sweater. That was what happened to me when I was like, what does he mean by the swamp? Oh, of course, Washington, D.C., but I kept going. All right, now we're going to move up. Above corporations, there's, quote, government. Now, government operates in both the water jurisdiction and in the air jurisdiction. And the air jurisdiction is global in nature, right? If you think about the air and how physically it surrounds the whole world, or the whole earth, sorry, but it actually is a jurisdiction. And in that jurisdiction, there's municipal, right? It's ecclesiastical. This is where you'll find things like trusts and PMAs. And this is also where creative ideas come from. It's known sometimes as admiralty. Now, moving up from there, when people correct their status, they're where the red arrow is. Living man, living woman, on the land and soil jurisdiction. And this is where people are considered people again. Remember, we the people? You can't be a we the people down when you're a citizen. And again, this is where you would be internationally recognized as an American, or because this is a worldwide phenomenon, there's, American, Italian, Canadian, Mexican, et cetera, right? So all these other countries that are waking up too and doing this. And notice you're just beneath God, where you belong, where you should have been all along. And this is when you are free and you get to be the American you always thought you were. Now, here are some logistical next steps. If you find yourself knowing that
maybe after a little bit more learning, this will be the thing you want to do. Okay. First of all, cancel your television subscription. Now I have to laugh because that isn't actually a requirement, but I like to put it at the top so I can help free your mind from the whole Hollywood, hypnotism and sports and all of that. Okay. Just disconnect. Imagine how many hours you'll have to be able to learn who you really are when you stop paying attention to all that noise. Plus you'll save yourself a bunch of money. Now, actual next steps though, believe it or not, we need evidence of the crime. So you're going to have to get your birth certificate. Okay, get your birth certificate and you'll create a user account. It's a lot like creating a social media account, kind of. It's not social media, but the steps are very similar, where you have to create a profile, and you have to upload your image, your picture. And then, of course, you'll also need to upload a red ink right thumbprint picture, right? So you'll use your digital camera or your smartphone or whatever, upload it into your profile on the common law private publisher. We call that the LRO, the Land Recording Office. Also notice on this slide that you have to have the right size digital photos, 600 by 900 pixels. So there's also resizepixel.com where you could convert your pictures into the right size. Anyhow, you'll pay your publishing fee right there from your profile. You'll use the document generator to complete the 1779 document plus 2 witness testimonies. And then you'll have to give those 2 witness testimonies to 2 different people that you have known for at least 7 years. And they have to be presently at least 21 years old or older. So keep that in mind. They'll take those witness testimonies to a local notary. They'll autograph it in blue ink in front of the notary. And then they'll give you back those originals and, be a good friend and pay them back. And then you'll meet with your common law recorder, your state recorder, and you will get the document recorded and published. And there's more than online publishing. You could also make your public announcement of your status correction by putting an ad in the newspaper for 61 days, or you can hang your packet, like literally up on the community board at your local county courthouse or local library for 61 days. But you have to go over there 61 days in a row and take a picture with a third-party date validation, like a newspaper, because newspapers will have the date. You'll take a picture of the newspaper in front of your paperwork, and then you'll have to keep that evidence for the rest of your life in case, God forbid, you ever have to prove that you've done it. Or, of course, as we talked about before, the LRO, much quicker. Now, listen up. If you're a mom or a dad, remember when I said that Holly Mitchell said you don't own your kids? Well, she was right. So do your baby dates. Okay, you've got to, if your children have a birth certificate, they too are considered lost at sea and they are property of the government. So do your baby deed and you can have it prepared. It's in the document generator. You can have it prepared and ready for when you meet with your common law state recorder. Okay. So get that done. Claim your children, because Holly Mitchell was right. You don't own your kids. Crazy town, but they are your responsibility until they're 21 years old. So get that done. All right, then listen, you can correct your status, correct your children's status, and be on your merry way. You do not have to get involved. But this is the catch. I know you've been waiting this whole time. Oh my goodness, what does she want from me? Nothing is free in this world. What does this girl want? I'm not trying to get a new toaster or a vacuum cleaner. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be like the board leader, to get the most people on the land and get a free, ice cream cone at 31 flavors. No, I need you to volunteer and help build your county jural assembly. That's what I need. Because we can't have a we the people government without we. Okay. It's got to be we. And I need morally upright people who are ready to take this on. And it takes less than 40 people on a state assembly, but also the county. You need to start building up your county general assembly. So you'll need a county coordinator. And if you can't find who your county coordinator is, it might be that your county doesn't have one yet. And we call that last man standing. If your status corrected and you're the only one on your county, you just raise your hand and say, I can help find more people. And then you'll need a county recorder, a justice of the peace, treasurer, sheriff, coroner, bondsman, marshal at arms, court clerk, record keeper, 26 jurors, and the militia emergency preparedness and peacekeeping task force, right? Those are the people that organize what to do in case the power grid goes down or there's a food crisis or, you know, you can't communicate. So I think we can get this done. Now, listen, when a state has been properly assembled, then what they can do is they can invoke ex parte Milligan, sometimes called Milligan ex parte. This is an 1866 Supreme Court decision that essentially says, hey, when the people are not lost at sea anymore, okay, when the people are back and they are governing themselves, then we can't drag them into our courts anymore. That would be unconstitutional. How about that? Right? So we all know people who have been harmed by the court system. So let's do this. Let's get our government functional. And what's in it for you? Why would you even bother volunteering? Well, what does freedom mean to you? Like, seriously, you might not even know because we've never been free in this whole lifetime. Also, you would get to have a real say in your government. Remember, we are owner operators when we are among we the people. Americans have the highest authority in their court, and the Uniform Commercial Code does not apply to you when you're in your jurisdiction, your land and soil jurisdiction, okay? And you get to be the American you always thought you were. So the point is to assemble. Now, if you would like a playback of today's class emailed to you, then please put your email address into the chat, and Volunteer Nicole on San Diego will blast out today's class along with our other public classes and meetings by Sunday. Usually she gets it done no later than Sunday. Now, if we already have your email address, you don't have to give it to us again. All right, now I want to show you some of our symbology, because hopefully, God willing, you are going to start seeing our symbology like everywhere in short order, okay? So I want to demonstrate what all of the symbology is, okay? So the 13 stripes are the people standing for themselves, right? This is our peacetime American flag. We've never seen this flown in our lifetime because we've been living under this martial law. But, you know, there were times in our world history, our country's history, where this was the flag that was being flown instead of Old Glory. Old Glory is considered the flag of wartime and peacetime. Every country has a flag of wartime and one of peacetime. Now, the white background behind the blue stars, that white is indicative of peace, peacetime. Now, think about Old Glory. The stripes are laying down, yielding to the ultimate authority of the military. And the background behind the stars is blue. That blue is indicative of the water jurisdiction. And I remind you, land, air, and water, those three jurisdictions, they were all created, all laid out in the law book. And that stands for law. LAW, land, air, water. And then when you introduce Space Force, it'll be laws, LAWS. All right. And my friend took a snapshot of her television in 2021 showing me like, hey, is this guy's flag? I'm like, yes.
All right. He who does not self-educate is not truly free. And he who refuses to self-educate will never be free. Now, this quote is from Paul Peterson, who is the coordinator for the Michigan Assembly. I am the coordinator for the California Assembly. And I loved his quote because it's so true. Today is just really the beginning. Now, you might want to take a snapshot of this, a screenshot. These are places where you can find additional learning tools. AnnaVonRights.com, brilliant. You can go to her search feature, and search for any topic. You could search, she has over 4,000 articles. She's a prolific author, over, I think, 5 books, over 4,000 articles, and she's a historian. Amazing. And she's the fiduciary for the United States of America. You may have never heard of her because let me tell you, mainstream media does not want you to know about her. So just like YouTube censored me, she gets censored all the time. Also, a great book that she wrote is called You Know Something Is Wrong When. Highly recommend. Oh my gosh. And then for expedited online learning, there's Sign in America. That comes with a tuition. It's $25. The proprietor of that shares the tuition with Anna because it's her materials. And this guy just made an online class out of it. And then, of course, there's merchandise. If you want to see more of those peacetime flags, you can go to wehaveassembled.com. And then there's the California Telegram channel, as well as our Assembly Facebook group. Now we are having a potluck on Sunday. I can't wait. I love our potlucks. It's so fun. So there's an awesome historical, beautiful ranch in Altadena called the Zorthian Ranch. And so dress appropriately for the weather, okay? And also bring a chair and bring some food to share. It's potluck. So there's an awesome outdoor pizza oven, and Thomas, who's been helping out in the chat this whole time, he's an awesome pizza purveyor. And so bring some pizza toppings, it's potluck. And so bring your friends, bring your family, and we're going to have an awesome day. I hope you can make it down to Los Angeles, and the address is right there on the flyer. And then, of course, the best thing for you to do is to reach out to your state coordinator who can get you, get the ball rolling with you. But if you need to reach me for any reason, you can reach me at our state-specific website, caassembly.org, or you can go to tasa.americanstatenationals.org. Either way, you can fill out the contact form and it'll come straight to me. And I'm going to go ahead and stop the screen share here. And I have to hop off at 12, but if Thomas is available to stay beyond that, then if necessary, we can keep the Zoom room open. And I do see that Carlotta has her hand up. Hi, Carlotta, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you so much for sharing the information.
You are so welcome. Thanks for taking the time to listen. I know it's long, but it's not 8 years. So, so there's that.
One of my main questions was, because I've been doing a little research on my own, but as far as like filling out the tax form, the W-8 VIN in order to get my passport, is there like a place where I can look up instructions for someone who actually wasn't born on United States soil?
Okay, let me ask you a question, because as it is right now, they're only giving passports because remember the de facto British territorial, they're still running the ports. We have not gotten to a place yet where our government is large enough to be able to get some of those authorities back. So the British territorial United States is still running the ports. So they require that someone is eligible to get a passport. So you would have had to be naturalized already. have you, if you were born somewhere else, or the person you're talking about was born somewhere else, have they gotten their citizenship yet?
Well, they have a social security card and a green card.
Okay, so the US is not issuing passports to green card holders, unfortunately. And although we do have a method for American-born non-citizens, like we can get passports as non-citizens, to my knowledge, and things may have changed over the last year, but to my knowledge, there's been no green card holder that has been successful at getting a US passport as a non-citizen.
Okay, even if they were to fill out the W-8 bin and get a DS-10 along with their application, it wouldn't go through?
I don't believe so. I know many people have tried, and I have not heard of even one win on that strategy. Have you, Thomas? Have you heard of any foreign-born green card holders able?
No, I haven't. No. You get your you get your naturalization paperwork, and then that makes you. Well, no, we talked about the whole passport thing. I'm not sure it's the international thing. I'm more local guy myself, so. But yeah. Rick on San Francisco knows a lot about that. Georgia on Florida knows a lot about that. You know a lot about that, but I know they keep moving the cheese when it comes to the passports too now. So, meaning that they're making it more difficult. I remember Sandy did the standardized thing, walked into the post office, and which everybody gets it passed with the national, and then that got, she had problems with that. So just, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Carlotta.
Okay, but no worries. But thank you for the help.
Okay.
You're welcome.
And Michelle, just since we have the time here, what exactly was she doing? I got to be honest with you. I was looking at your eyes. They're like the color of my shirt today. They're like gray, and I was just kind of lost in that. And you just kind of came up, and I was just. Yeah, then I saw you earlier kind of scratching your shoulders. I was thinking, I have some coconut oil here. I would be more than happy to.
Thomas.
I'm just saying. So I didn't hear the question. That's what I'm trying to say.
You're crazy, Thomas.
No, what was the question, really?
Her question was about getting directions for getting a passport for foreign-born green card holders. Right. So the U.S., as far as I know, the State Department, Secretary of State, they're not issuing, or the whatever it is, Department of Homeland Security. I forget who was the actual issuing body. I think it's Secretary of State for the United States. They're not issuing passports for foreign-born. The only foreign-borns that they're giving passports to as non-citizens are nationals.
Okay, I would have to agree with you. And honestly, I think somebody would speak up if they were hearing something different than what they would have known. So I would concur. Yes. And so what can she do now? I mean, what is her next move? What is her forward movement, if there's any?
Well, here's the thing. So as we're restoring right now, it might take some time. So depending on how quickly we can populate America and get everybody up to speed on in terms of education, the goal ultimately will be to fix that, because America is a country that it's all based on immigration, right? We've all come here from somewhere else at some point. For me, I'm a first generation American, but there's some people who, they've come from all over the place. Everyone's got their roots somewhere. In fact, this was fascinating to find out that Native Americans, if you go back far enough, they're actually all from the Middle East. Fascinating. I had no idea, right? So anyway, there you go.
So she is from another country. She's over here in this country. She doesn't have a passport?
No. Nope. Green card holder.
Green card holder.
Uh-huh.
So what's the, oh, Florida wants to speak to it. Okay, Georgia, I mean, she has her emojis here.
Awesome. Go ahead, Georgia.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Okay, so of course, I'm from Jamaica. So the person would have to either naturalize to get their passport, and that would be the best way to do it. They would have to go through the naturalization process. And they would have the passport of their country with having a green card here.
Yeah, that's the only way I know about it too. So yeah, I've never had anyone tell me that they were successful in those other methods. Some people have spent countless dollars working with groups and, patriot groups and stuff who unfortunately are just taking their money and not actually having the success that they promise. So I'm certainly not disparaging anyone. There's times where we have to try things. It's sort of like a trial and error until we get it right. But I don't know of anybody that's been able to get that passport as a green card holder.
Okay, well, Carlotta put her hand back up, so I think she wants to continue. And
sure, go ahead, Carlotta. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just, I guess in response, I know that like with other things that we've applied for as far as like voter registration and our driver's licenses and things like that, those can be renounced in order to declare our nationality. Mm-hmm. Isn't that correct?
So I hear what you're saying. Yes. If you wanted to become a state citizen on your state, are you on California? What state are you on?
I was born in California, but no, I live in Maryland.
Oh, Maryland. Oh, wow. Cool. Okay. So if you wanted to be a state citizen on your state assembly, then you could renounce your citizenship, your foreign citizenship. But that would really only be for our jurisdiction. The US is not issuing passports, even if you renounce your citizenship. You would have to actually become a US citizen in order that they would grant you, I call it a hall pass. It's like if you were, I'm going to use a silly analogy. Okay, it's a super silly analogy, but it's basically the same thing. So let's imagine you were in high school and you went to a dance, at a totally different high school. You were on a date with this cute boy from, I don't know, St. Joseph's Catholic School or something. Okay. And then while you were there, you got a hall pass to go to the bathroom, outside of the gym. And now you still have this hall pass in your pocket. Well, now you're back at your own school on Monday, Thomas Jefferson High School. And next thing you know, you got to go to the bathroom and you get stopped by a hall monitor that says, "Hey, what are you doing in the hall during class?" And then you produce, your St. Joseph's hall pass. They're going to go, "What is this? This is not a valid hall pass." And you're going to go, "Well, why not?" Because this isn't from our school, right? It's the same kind of thing. So for whoever it is that you're talking about, your friend, the foreign-born friend, they would have the wrong kind of hall pass. They wouldn't be able to go through, the US is not going to issue them a US hall pass because they just won't do it unless the person you're talking about was actually born here.
And Michelle, isn't that Maryland really close to Washington, D.C.? Is it within that 10-mile square radius of that to where like she's in the heart of that different jurisdiction anyway? Or not really?
Actually, maybe. But here's the thing. I think she was born on California, but she was originally, I don't know if you're talking about yourself, Carlotta, or someone else, but anyone who was born here is eligible to correct their status and get a US pass, get a passport as a non-citizen. Anyone who is foreign born is going to have to become a US citizen in order that they can get one of those US passports. But we are going to be fixing that at some point.
It just might take a while before we can take over our rightful place as the employers of the, you know, airport, seaport, border crossing jobs.
And can they put a little something in the chat there so they cannot use this either? It's an Anna von Reitz passport thing.
Actually, I know that that's possible. And I totally 100% trust Anna that it would work. I just don't know anyone that's actually done it.
Oh, is that the postcard one?
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, no, that's in our near future here, the ones that want to really, I mean, you really have to know who you are to do that one.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. Well, you said Carlotta's name beautifully. I hacked it when I tried to pronounce it the first time. So good on you, Michelle.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So, okay. And also earlier in the chat, there was a email question. I know exactly what it is. I could point it out on the share screen, and it would actually be an educational resource for those who want to see what you received from Nicole. However, your common law 101, it's not showing up. It's there, but it's not showing up. And I think it was Kenley again that was asking about it. Would you like me to share screen that real quick just to kind of go through it?
Sure. Yeah, the problem is the link, you know, the link is being disabled by YouTube. I need to find a platform that isn't going to censor my videos because I used the V word or because I talked about the pandemic, you know?
Huh. Okay, and I wanted to ask you about that because I don't want to misspeak either on your platforms when you leave. I'd hate to get you in trouble. But so this is the email here, and this particular one right here is the common law 101, but you can see it doesn't come up with the picture. But if you do click on this recording here, you know, the video presentation will come up. So do you see that, Kinley? I believe that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, but no, actually, I get a different email. The one I get is let me just pull it up real quick.
Okay, I'll stop the share screen there. But anyways, maybe you could touch bases with Nicole and let her know that that common law one's just not, you know, for some reason it's not showing.
Okay, I will do that.
But everything else is awesome. I mean, that's a wealth of resource of information there. It really is. That email, great.
Isn't it great? I think she did a great job. Yeah, and she was working with Lily Bostwick on Sonoma County, who was helping her. You know, there were just some silly minor little things, but Lily's got an eagle eye and she really, really nailed it. So
yeah,
thank you, Lily.
Antonio puts, have you tried using rumble.com, I guess, versus YouTube? I like using Telegram because that's just like a you know, what do they call that? A server where it just stores all the information on Telegram, all those videos and everything. I mean, I can't keep that stuff on my devices. It take up too much space. So as soon as I load those videos up on Telegram, then I could just delete them here and then they're over there. So works for me.
Okay, wait, let me ask you a question. So, sorry, everyone, I'm going to ask a tech question. So are you telling me that if I took like this Zoom, when it's done rendering, I could download it and put it straight onto social media?
You could put it, yeah, and you're welcome to put it on my Telegram too. And then you could delete it off of your space and it will be there.
Wow, that's actually really cool. I didn't know that. I thought I needed a video platform to like be able to put it on Telegram.
No,
I didn't know I could like.
It's really user friendly because when you go to hit the little, I'm on Mac stuff, so there's a little box with an arrow to share. And when I go to click the share, the Telegram is one of the options. And I just click on Telegram, put it right over there. And a lot of them, I do like little update videos. And a lot of times I'll do like a 15-minute video, but I'll carry it out for an hour, but I'll use the audio. And so it's like a little teaser with the video, and then under that is the audio, because people like Karen on Kansas, she's like, hey, you know, that was like 1.7 GBs on your video. I had to take some of my stuff off. So I do like a little MB video of 10 minutes and then do the hour or hour and a half audio, which is still MBs. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, she don't have to see my bald head talking, you know, the whole time. Anyway.
Yeah, you could just do audio. Well, you know, on my class, there's so many visual aids, you know, but thank you. You know, I have this, I created a Substack that I hardly ever use. And I'm wondering if it's the same thing. Do you think it's the same thing?
Yeah, it's like an external server, you know. Kenley has his hand up. He seems kind of techie savvy, so maybe he could.
Super duper cool. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Kenley.
Okay. Thanks for hosting this, and I appreciate everyone being here, and I learn all the time. Yeah, so the emails that I get is titled The Real California Assembly. And I was assuming that's where the other information about these meetings are posted, but it turns out they're not. So I guess I have to check the mailing list that I'm subscribed to, because that's the only one. And apparently there's more than one. So yeah, I'll double check on that. And the other thing is, yeah, with Rumble, they don't censor like YouTube does. YouTube is obviously Google. So we know that Google, Facebook, all, you know, any companies owned by the big tech companies always do selective shadow banning, and so any information that crosses through their like word, it's actually more sophisticated than just words. It's actually like an AI algorithm, and you can get more information about it if you're interested in learning about the way that they shadow ban and censor. But yeah, if you move to other video platforms where they don't shadow ban and don't censor, that would be a very good option, I think. I mean, you should also post on YouTube, but if you can, I mean, it's very easy to also upload to like Rumble as well. And so if you were going to do that, I suggest you do that, because that way, in case YouTube decides to censor or shadow ban or whatever the algorithm that they put on you or your account, it doesn't apply to the other platforms. So Rumble wouldn't do that. So yeah.
So is Rumble like the most like generous in terms of like freedom? Which one's the most like
it's pretty freedom focused. I mean, as far as I know, they don't put those types of restrictions on anyone's videos. So I mean, obviously, if it's not how can I say it, you know, not for it's just, you should check it out, try it, open an account, and then, you know, you can actually post. So yeah, exactly. Natalie says that most people who get banned outright or shadow banned end up on Rumble. So yeah, it's kind of like the alternative platform. There are other alternative platforms, Odyssey, BitChute, but I wouldn't recommend those. Rumble seems to be more balanced and politically like non-political. So that's what I would kind of suggest, and you should check it out.
And Kenley, you also mentioned that regarding YouTube commercials, if Michelle went on the Brave search browser and pulled up the YouTube.
Yeah. So if you use Brave browser, it automatically will block the YouTube ads. So even in like the embedded ones that you see that appear during videos, it blocks those as well. So it's really good to use. Yeah. And you don't have to install any additional plugin. You don't have to install any extension. It just automatically blocks the ads. It's like one of the better browsers to use for allowing you to freely watch without being bombarded by ads.
That is so good to know. I had no idea. So I would just go to Brave, like brave.com kind of a thing, and find your browser.
Exactly. Just type Brave browser, and then you'll get a link to download it and install it on your, I use it on my phone. I use it on all my systems, computers, and anything that has internet access, I usually use it. So I find that it's been very good at just stripping through all the unnecessary stuff. So,
and you can set it as your default too. And I use that all the time whenever I'm searching something that I know can be controversial. And Karen on Kansas had her emoji up if you want to reach out to her there, Michelle.
Thank you. I yield.
Kenley, thanks for that great advice. I really appreciate that.
And Kenley, get papered up. We need you on our tech team. Let's do this.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Karen, go ahead.
The LRO does not like the Brave browser, just FYI.
Wait, the LRO?
Yeah, for some reason it does not like the Brave browser. It's something Terry.
Oh, I see. So like if I'm on the Brave browser, don't go to members.americanstatenationals.org.
You can actually toggle it. So there's a way, it's called shields. So you can toggle that and just try it again. You can turn it off when you go to a specific website. So that on the little Brave shield, you just turn that off, and then that's called shields down. And then try the LRO. Have you tried that?
Yeah, I'll try that. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah. I yield.
Super.
I was going to tell you, yes, I have BitChute channel and I have Odyssey channel, and they're not as easy to upload as the Rumble is. I yield.
Oh, that's good to know, because you know what? Sometimes uploading takes forever. You're like, you know, it'll be stuck at 14% for an hour, and you're like, oh my word.
Well, Michelle, anything that we can do to make your life easier, I think should be welcomed, because you do a lot. You really do.
I am down with that. I'm like,
right, yeah. I mean, what? I mean, it's just, I know you have all these letters to write and just so many different things to do. Even last night on the General Assembly, it seemed like Michelle it seems like you just it just gravitates to you, the work. You know, so.
I know. I thought about having like setting aside like an hour a day, an hour a week, just called office hours. And whoever shows up on the Zoom is going to get their questions answered for that 1 hour. Cause I do a lot of phone calls during the day, just like phone calls, texts, emails. I'm just constantly answering questions, and I love it. I love to help people, but that's my problem, you know.
That's my problem. You know, I don't have a cell phone. So, I mean, I have a couple cell phones, but I don't have, contracts. So I don't have, I don't do phone calls anymore.
Wow.
And I might do a Telegram phone call, but I haven't got around to it yet. Christopher's waiting for my Telegram phone call, but I haven't felt the need to do that yet. But yeah, it's kind of nice not having to make phone calls. And I get probably one email a day, if that. Yeah, it's a different world, believe me. Yes, and I'm still active. for some reason, I'm all over these platforms, you know, it's pretty amazing. I'm still pretty active. So it's kind of cool, but it's 11:57. There's a couple questions in there. You know, for a guy that hasn't slept all night last night, I mean, I totally reviewed General Assembly, Town Hall, and Universe class, Karen Spirit. I mean, it's weird. They're just so good. And I lay there relaxed, but I don't go to sleep. And then I wake up and it's, you know, it was 7 o'clock when I woke up, you know, or got up out of bed, and I still have some gusto here, and I see Natalie's message, and I know I could spend some time on that. And that's pretty much explaining how the American assemblies is kind of like a revolving door. There are other people out there with other ideas, but they come in and they come out. And but yeah, so I could spend some time on that if you want.
Wow. Well, first of all, I didn't know you were up all night, because somewhere around, I don't know, 10:30 or 11 or something out, you know, in the middle of town hall, I just was like on the chat. All right, I'm turning in, you know.
You did good. You hung in there for a long time. I was grateful you were there. It was quite an active town hall with the Continental Marshals. I mean, I had them both. I mean, talk about in the weeds, you know. I was in the weeds with those guys, but I felt I listened to the replay and I held my own all the way through. You know, nothing was rebutted. They didn't. Everything was good. So I felt pretty confident about myself this morning. So maybe that's why I was still awake. And then we have the 2 o'clock litigation class, and we have the 5:30 county class.
County
and we
call.
have the land patent at 7. So yeah, it's going to be a long day.
It is going to be a long day. And by the way, Dee Yates is going to be running the county call tonight. My daughter has volleyball, and I'm going to be on for a short time. But I promised my daughter that I was not going to be on the phone.
Oh, good for you. That's
at her
awesome.
game. So like,
good for you, Michelle. I support you in that. Totally.
It's going to be weird to have a night off. You know what I mean? But it's all good. It's all good.
Hey, just enjoy it. And you have a birthday this month on your other daughter. So
that's right.
It's happening. Yes.
She's going to be 30. Oh my gosh. It's so bizarre.
I have a daughter that's 32, you know, and I have 3 grandkids, children. So it's like,
it's crazy town. I'd like to think that I'm still 30, but I guess that's not really going to happen.
Well, you have the vibrance of 30. I will tell you that.
Thank you. I have my skincare lady to thank, you know. All right, everybody. I got to hop off, but thank you, Thomas, for all of your help as usual. You're amazing. And thank you, everybody, for your participation and for being here today. I hope all of you have a great rest of your week. I really hope to see you guys on Sunday at the potluck. And don't forget about, for those of you that are already on the California Assembly, we also have the mop and bucket call on Saturday morning. And you guys, there's a great land patent class tonight that's open to everybody at 7 p.m.
Awesome.
California time. Great call. So there's always something going on. Many, many opportunities to keep learning. So you guys, I'm going to assign Thomas here as the host. So stay on as long as you need to, as long as you want to. And go ye forth and multiply, everybody. And we'll see you next time. Okay.
All right. We'll see you on Sunday, Michelle.
See you there.
Okay.
Bye.
Bring your smiles.
Definitely. I can't help it.
I know. That's one thing that's free in life.
I have so much to smile about.
You do.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
Okay. Peace. Love you. Did I say that? Oh, okay. So, I see Summer in there just joined the call. I need an alternative to TikTok as Biden signs his little law banning it. So Kenley, do you have anything you could speak with Summer on that? She's very active.
Unfortunately, I don't use TikTok, and I probably can't recommend anything other than, I mean, I know YouTube has shorts, but and probably Facebook, but I don't use any of those. My kids actually use TikTok, but they only, I mean, it's an entertainment platform. I don't know for what reason or information that Samir's trying to get from TikTok. I do know there are some, you know, people that post.
Okay, Karen wants to speak to it. She had her little emoji. If you guys aren't familiar with it and you do want to say something, go down to the bottom of the page on reactions, click on that, and then click on the little emoji with the mouth open, and then that'll signal me that you want to comment on the topic at hand. So Karen, please come forward.
The Sovereign channel with, I can't think of his name. It goes to my email. I think he allows little shorts, but I'm not positive. I'll have to get back with Summer directly. I'll go check my email. I yield.
Okay, wonderful. And is Summer still on here? I don't see her. She comes in and out all the time. And I do. Summer. No, yeah, she's gone. So, wow, she's just like a ghost in the night. But anyways, I see Georgia. Please come forward, Georgia.
Hi, everyone. I was just actually want to know, one, Karen, could you share your information and time for your class again?
It'll be tomorrow night.
Can you share it's a Zoom, right? Is it a Zoom? Can you share the link again in the chat? I think I might have it incorrectly, and the time.
Okay, just a minute. It's
Thank you. And Thomas, do you have the land patent link for tonight?
I actually do have that.
Can you share that in the chat too, please? Because somehow I can't, I don't think I have the correct one.
I got an email from.
And it's 7 p.m. your time, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Hi, Thomas, having a problem with the link. It's about, it may take me a minute here. Let me see this one. No. Okay. If someone wants to say something or talk while I try my best to pull this up, it could take me a minute. I'm not the techie to do this, but or if someone else has a Susan James land patent link, that would be awesome if you could share that in the chat. If not, I'll do my best, like I said, to pull it up here. And Natalie left, but she did have a question regarding, is there a conflict already within this movement? It's a shame, but there is always conflict as soon as a certain threshold is met. Have there been shadow groups, attempted takeovers, etc.? What if two people want to be the sheriff? What is the election process? Most people get banned. I think we're experiencing something like that in our assembly. People have different ideas. Anna's saying just leave a revolving door and people will come in and people will go out. So I think the class you guys are talking about, paper up class, the one that I believe Karen started, I think something's kind of different there. There's a lot of people in that class that's not coming over to our assembly that used to be at our assembly. So I'm not going to put any energy towards that, but something's definitely strange in that realm. But it's like, whatever. We're the American States Assemblies. Wait, the American States Assemblies. Wait, the TASA, the American States. Yeah, the American States Assemblies, 50 states of the Union, backed by the Federation and the Indemnity Bond. And if it doesn't sound like that, then I guess that's just not who we are. And thank you, Gene, for putting that in there. That's awesome. So I don't have to do this whole email thing. So I'm free of that. Oh my gosh. And then I'll just save that myself. So copy, take that over to my notes, put it over here on recordings. Boom, boom, boom. There. Save. Okay, good. And then I see Karen with her hand up. Please, Karen, come forward.
The Germain class on Know Your Paperwork is not on Wednesday nights.
Oh, yeah, the Thursday night or whatever, Tuesday. When do you guys have that one?
Fridays.
Oh, it's Fridays. Yeah, I'm just saying that the people that are on, a lot of the people on that class that live in or domicile in California, they used to come to our General Assembly meetings and town hall, and now we don't see them anymore. So
they might be going to Kimberly's Wednesday night working group call, because it lasted 5 hours last night.
Mm-hmm.
It started at 6:30, and I think I went to bed at 11:30. I just couldn't take it more.
Yeah, no, I've been there. I've been on that class, and it went till like 12 o'clock at night too. So I think I see Georgia's comment hand up as well.
I'm sorry, could you share that one too, Karen? That's Friday, you said, for that one?
The one that I sent you in the chat is for Friday.
Okay, great. Thank you.
It alternates.
Okay, thank you.
Diego on Learn with San Diego on Tuesday nights, but it's every other week. And then we have it on Friday. One time Paula hosts for me because I don't have a Zoom that goes longer than 35 minutes. And then Susan and Margaret on Wyoming, when Paula's not available, said that I could utilize their Zoom account because mine only goes 35 minutes. And Jermaine teaches way longer than 35 minutes.
And is that teaching, does that line up with the Federation? Like what Anna's, because I know it's not the MOSI. It seems like it's a different way of going about it. Or you guys just don't, it doesn't matter to you.
Yeah, no, we're just teaching Anna's teachings. He's just trying to explain and expand and accentuate what Anna's teachings are to where people fully grasp it, because not everybody fully grasps that the Declaration of Independence is a trust indenture.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad to hear that he's doing that, because I know what he was sharing in the chat was directly from Anna's articles and stuff last night on the town hall. I thought that was awesome. I love him for it. So, all right, cool. And it's not, it doesn't matter to us one way or the other what people are doing. But we, I'm myself doing my best to stay true to the tracks that are laid out before us from the Federation. So that's what I'm doing. But Kenley wants to come forward on that. Kenley, please. Got a question?
Yeah. People are like, whenever they leave the meeting, there's an option, or you're prompted to save the chat. So you don't have to copy it right away. Or, I mean, if you want to, you can, but just so that when you leave the meeting, you should be prompted to save the chat. And then I guess the other questions are we able to get the slides from Michelle for this?
Yeah, if you put your email in the chat, she'll go back and collect the emails, and then she will put you on that list. That email that I showed you earlier, you'll receive one of those with all the links and everything.
Because I think some people may have missed that, or I see JD saying.
Yeah, I see JD. I wish she would expound on that. Would you make this public for all to see, please? Public meaning, I mean, so public, like on our Telegram platform. I don't typically put
talking about my Rumble channel. They can see all the replays on the Rumble channel. It's too advanced for the new people that aren't even papered to grasp. It really is, because this is for some people that have been seasoned 2 and 3 years to have a better understanding of what the paperwork actually means. So I recommend everyone go to Karen's Creations 1959, and there are 4 Rumbles and soon to be 5. I yield.
Okay, so you answered JD there, and then also Kenley, on the bottom of the chat next to the happy face, there's 3 little dots there. And if anyone wanted to click on that, they could save the chat right from that list there as well. So
yeah, that's correct. I yield.
Okay, awesome. All right, and I guess that's pretty much it. On the town hall last night, we were talking about what Anna's up to. Gonna go after not after, but you know, we're going to push back on these incorporations with the ecclesiastic law. So that's just pretty much hammered down on that. So that's going to clean up all these foul incorporated vermin out of here. And then also she's going to be going to meet with the Pope and sign some stuff. The Pope's in full agreement. He's taken ill, but he's in pretty good agreement. So they're setting up a meeting with him. And that would be the ecclesiastic law. And then she's also meeting up with that error is of the one that has like all the money in the world. And apparently Anna's going to be the fiduciary of that. So things are starting to pop. And we do have the all of the documents in place. And, you know, Michelle seems to be the one to take in the direction of the Federation. So I'm feeling pretty confident with our standing and what we're doing. So and whatever anybody else is doing, we'll just leave the revolving door. Like Krishna came in earlier and he was like, hey, I can't get on your Telegram platform. I was like, yeah, because I banned you off of that. You know, I did about 4 months ago. You know, just it is what it is. You know, you come on that platform and, you know, you get pulled. Somebody just posted something. Kieran, my spiritual advisor, posted something on there and I took it off. I didn't ban her, but I just took it off and just like, no, we're not doing that. We're not putting any attention on anybody else. I'm just not doing that. I'm not concerned with trains. Only train I'm concerned with is the train on the tracks that is going on the tracks of the Federation, and we're retraining the minds of people towards de jure living and the American States Assemblies, 50 states of the Union, backed by the Federation and the indemnity bond, as we collectively restore a Republican form of government, which is our government. That's what we're doing. And so just so we're clear, and we do have a revolving door policy. You guys are welcome to go in, go out. You're welcome to anchor down like I have and be the actual cornerstone of something. We will get our general assemblies up and running here. We're reducing our California state. I know there's a lot of other states, and but we're well on our way. We actually have some, it's like we're in geese formation right now and we're flying, you know? And like Michelle's getting tired with her volleyball thing. She just pulls back and Dee comes out up the front and Michelle just drifts, you know, then I'll go out front and, or, you know, we're actually, we're starting to resonate. We're all working together. So that's what we're doing. And with that, I don't see any hands and I'm probably just gonna, you know, hang out till the litigation class at 2 o'clock. Oh, and another thing that I noticed too, for the newbies, if when you come over here, get you get your 2 witnesses. Okay, Kenley, go for it.
Sorry, you could have continued. I tried to get on the Real California Assembly from the link, but it doesn't allow me, and I'm not sure if I'm blocked or I can't get in. But I am on your de jure living. So can you post there the link to the Real California Assembly Telegram group? I don't know why, but it doesn't pull it up. It doesn't find it. I don't know, but I'm on your de jure living Telegram group.
Let me do this. Let me do a share screen real quick, and that way you can see exactly what we got going on here. So,
thank you.
Okay, so this is here. Share. It'd be this one. Share. Okay, so you should be able to see my screen there, and can you see over here my cursor off to the right here, because this is actual share screen.
Yeah, I do see that, but I don't.
Yeah,
I can't put it in my Telegram. It doesn't find it.
Okay, so when I'm going to click on it right there, I just clicked on it and it opens it up. That's theirs there. So it does open it up.
Yeah, that's really
from there. I don't know why it doesn't work from the link. It doesn't work for me either on the link. But this is our de jure one here, and a lot of it.
I'm part of the de jure living one, and I'm in that, and yeah, but I just can't get in the real California Assembly one, and I have no idea why.
Yeah, there's something fishy there. I know Michelle's the owner or the admin on that one, but I'm not sure, and I don't think she knows a whole lot about it. But if you figure it out, maybe Karen has something to say about it. Karen,
if he would put his username on Telegram to you or to Michelle and ask for a direct invite into that specific Telegram.
Okay, so it has to be a direct invite, because yeah, it's I don't use like my real information on Telegram, and that might also be one of the reasons, but I try to remain a little bit anonymous, but I do know that it's not certain groups you can only gain access to unless they're not specifically public. So
okay, so that probably answers it there. You need to put your information in at first. I'm not sure how mine's set up, but I welcome everybody. But if you're going to post anything de facto, it's going to get pulled.
Sure. Yeah. No. It's your channel, so you moderate it as you feel.
Yeah,
you should.
Yeah, so. I really believe what you put your attention to. I'm a visionary, is what I have. One of the things that is fascinating to me is the de jure living, because I'm literally I'm off the grid and I don't use dollars, and I've pulled out of the system, the U.S. incorporated matrix, as much as I possibly could. So at this time, for those that are looking in, and just for the recording sake, for those who are looking into joining and being a part of refurbishing a Republican form of American government, you would get 2 witnesses that know you for about 7 years. And then you would have them, you would show them your birth certificate or your naturalization paper and say, hey, all I need for you is to say that you've viewed my birth certificate and you know me for like 7 years. And then you just take that to a de facto notary, which is a notary public, and, just have them do that and then get those back to you. And then you would download the 1779 off the TESA site. And then you would go to the calendar, the map there, find out who your coordinator is, give them an email, and go through that whole process, and get your 1779 recorded with a recorder after the coordinator explains what's going to happen. And once you get recorded, then you would come on into like a common law 101. You go to a General Assembly meeting, the town hall. You go to.
So do you recommend that be first before? I mean, what if? Because I know they were talking about the 928. So which do you choose, and which one do you want? Does that matter, or does it even mean I have to choose 928 if I wanted to be more representative of the American state nationals?
Well, honestly, the best thing to do in light of how everything is going on, I would just do the 1779s and just do that with your witness statement. And then at least you're on the land. And then you could get familiar with the whole 928 package. And because you could still become a citizen with your 1779, that'll have the door open for you to take up an office position in the assembly if you wanted to, but you would have to do certain aspects of the 928, to be eligible to take on that position, depending on what it is, really. And then you may, if you have any de facto, like U.S. incorporated licenses, like a nursing license or real estate license or contractor's license or some type of, teaching credentials, maybe license. It's just like you don't take up a office position in the refurbishment of the American government on de jure side with those licenses. So, that'll give you some time to get your head around it. It's a big, long, you know, it takes time to get your head around this process.
Right, sure. Yeah, I know. I get it. Okay, thank you.
And then with the shortage of help right now, that's a big thing. I mean, you know, hey, God help you to find a recorder right now. I mean, they're like hit and miss. To be honest with you, over here, I mean, there's people like, hey, I can't get a recorder. I can't find this. Karen wants to speak to that.
I put in the chat status assist. Christy Leeper on Washington State for $100 will give you 5 hours of hand holding and advice and lead you to and show you how to do it.
You know, I heard about, is she the one, has she been checked out with the Federation on that?
Yes, she's on the same state as Terry Song.
Okay, all right. Yeah, because people, I'm all about the buddy system and learning it. You know, it sounds like she's going from that, like a teaching perspective.
Of $100 for 5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot.
That sounds pretty good. I mean, it sounds pretty, I think that's fair.
Grace that does the status select.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's $75 or $85 for the documents, and you don't even know what your documents are when you go through her.
That's what I didn't like, Karen. You know, I felt like they were handing you a fish and not teaching you how to fish.
Yeah, Christy shows you how to do it. Christy shows you where to find it, and she explains it and teaches to you what the different notary blocks are, where you have the state-of-state notary versus the recording secretary notary, besides the international notarial witness notary, because there's the different jurat blocks. And she explains it all.
Okay, and Christy's title?
Yes. Her schedule? I don't know.
No. It's called, if you go to YouTube and put in status assist, her videos would come up, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so Cece, that answers you. Carrie, you could know that. So Cece was asking in the chat there, like, what's her contact or whatever. She's saying repeat. It's right above you there. Karen posted it at 12:21 p.m. called Status Assist on YouTube. I'm gonna check that out too. Status. I guess I could try that.
Screen share.
Yes, that's what I'm doing. Okay, so let me stop that. Easier said than done. I'm just going to pull up this one here. YouTube. Okay, there's that. YouTube.
Yeah, it should be a red and blue background and the word status assist. Christy Leeper. Christy Marie Leeper.
Okay. Let me see. I
always click over on her playlist or the videos.
All right, let me hang on a sec. Share screen. I think it's this one here. I should share sound and optimize. Go to share. Okay.
Nope, not it. Status assist.
Yeah, that one. Okay. All right. Yeah, that computer was really touchy there. Let me go to this one and see if I could pull it up. Let me see. YouTube, enter. Okay, and then status assist. Go to there. Okay, and I got it.
She found it.
Oh, who found it? Oh, she found it. All right. Well, there you go. So I don't have to do that. That's awesome. I'll look it up later, I guess. Status assist. Unless whoever. Okay, so Henley has it there. Okay, so copy that. And then I'll put that over here in my notes. Okay, perfect. There it is. All right, so I'll look through that, and I guess I could share that. It sounds like a good deal, and Anna checks out, and that's helping people. So that it sounds like it's going to help. Kenley, what do you think about it? Just from you seeing that, just for the brief time you did, is this something that you not being papered up yet may make the investment in?
Yeah, but I'm kind of a self-sufficient, self-learning, and even though I know it's going to be a little bit difficult, I think I'm getting good information. I don't think I really need to have like hand holding exactly, but yeah, this is nice.
Explain it. Her videos are enough hand holding that I don't think you would actually have to pay for it, is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, so you could just review those videos right there, and that would help you. Okay. Yeah. Oh, well, that's wonderful. I'm always looking. I learn by video, and I'm sure if I reviewed them myself on my free time, because I don't sleep anyway, I could probably learn something from those. So that's awesome. Thank you. And when I did my paperwork, I had document buddies. I really. Okay. And,
yeah, what was document buddies? Is that just
make a friend? Her name was Anne on LA, and at that time I had a real estate office in Claremont, California, and she would come over to the office there, and I'd buy her lunch, and the post office was across the street, and we just do documents as needed, and we just hang out. It was really nice.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I call a document buddy.
Oh, I see. I thought document buddies was some like website that you went to, and then you filled in some information, and then it spit out the information that you it helped create the document, but that's not what it was. It was personal. Yeah, it was a personal person that and trust, and they were able to help you.
Yes, we it was just a wonderful friendship. It really was. She moved back to Trinidad, actually, or different country. But Karen wanted to say something there. Karen, please.
All right, thank you.
If you text messages or not, Thomas. I sent you a picture. I sent you a picture if you still do receive text messages.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not receiving text messages anymore. My iPhone 7, it's on it's not charging or something. So yeah. Okay. Only way I could be gotten a hold of is email or Telegram.
In there, check the chat. You might be able to pull it up on screen share now. Someone put it in the chat.
Oh, the YouTube one here. Okay, perfect. Yes. Okay, I'll save that one. And yeah, that way we could share these for people. Yeah, no, because it is a problem right now. We're going through a major split. So to be quite honest with you, as I see it, we're keeping the revolving door open. But I do know from past coordinators, they are being asked to return our embossers and our stamps and stuff like that. And we're seeing a lot of people not showing up to our meetings. So, I even emailed, because I'm moderating the town hall, I emailed Paula and said, hey, Paula, I'd be honored if you co-hosted with me. And Georgia's has been helping and stuff too, but, she's out of a different state. And so, 11 o'clock at night on town hall is 4 hours difference maybe for her, and so I don't expect her to be up. But yeah, no, I got ghosted, but it's all good. Nothing but love. When Paula decides to come back, then Paula will come back. We have nothing but love. But I did run across her on the Universal class, and I have fun on the Universal class. I love them over there. Terry, Harold, all of them, just going in there with is it Mike? John I forget the host's name. Anyways, Kenley's hands back up.
Yeah. So when you mentioned there's a split going on, can you speak to that a little bit more in detail? I mean, because
absolutely. Yeah, we had 4 coordinators, 4 California state coordinators. Michelle Ford was one. There was Satya. There was Monica, and there was Deborah. Okay. All of a sudden, Deborah went away. Or I think it was Satya first. Satya went away first. I heard she wasn't into the 10 Commandments. And so she went away. Deborah went away for her own reasons. And then Monica was asked to go away. But Monica's still going strong with all the emails and being on these platforms like Karen's on and these others that are, Monica's like taking it across the states, and has all these huge email lists and everything, very active, getting in front of the Federation and saying, hey guys, look at me, look at me. But apparently she's not in line totally with what the Federation is doing from an assembly building, like the fundamentals, like the core, like taking California and actually getting the General Assembly up and stuff. She's more like she's more like an evangelist, maybe. Yeah, an evangelist, a email gatherer, a right person. She's brilliant at what she does. I mean, I'd love to see her in that space, but apparently, I think she wants to do something her way, and Michelle is kind of like over here doing it the Federation way. But Monica, I think they're both chefs and they don't want to be in the same kitchen. And I hope they get over it and they start to resonate again, as they were when they were coordinators. Something broke there, and I'm not sure what it is. It's really none of my business. I just observe what I see. I like them both. I like Michelle's politics. I don't like Monica's politics. But Monica doesn't need to be politicking. She just needs to be friendly and gathering and be in her happy little space doing what she does and what she's really good at. That would really assist us in bringing people in. But if she has different politics, then, need not apply. You know what I mean? Sorry, we're just not doing that. So that's what's kind of going on there. But apparently Monica has like just masses of people and she's in the know of all these people. However, Michelle is more like me. Hey, all we need is 40 people and we'll do this thing. We don't need it, I'm sorry. We'll figure this thing out, So that's where we're at. People that are kind of going on their own. They're kind of, I don't want to say falling away, but they're just like free butterflies. They want to fly, and they're just free butterflies out there flapping around. They want to march to their own beat. They want to be sovereign and not be told what to do by the Federation. That's the only thing I could think of. But we have to have some type of don't we have to respect them as well? I mean, are they not following, even though they're not following the specific state that they're supposed to have, the land and the soil, they're not that way, or they're not. I'm kind of confused about what they're no. Okay, it's fine. What they're trying to do. Yeah, there's I call her Grana. There's Anna in Alaska. She's the one that started this thing. She's a researcher. She got herself off, out of the system as much as she wanted. Apparently her automobile has regular, plates on it, registered, whatever, as I comprehended. She's not rocking the Z plates. Mm-hmm. But so she's out of the system as much as she wanted to be. And she says, hey, I did it for myself. I'm just going to do it for all of America. And so that's what she's been doing for the last 40 years, I guess, or so. And so she got it to this point where we have all 50 states up, and we're, I don't like the word legitimate, but we have status, and what it's not standing, it's status and jurisdiction. So we have jurisdiction and status, 50 counties across America, which I don't know, gives us standing maybe, or not quite all the way yet, but we do have status and jurisdiction. So as soon as we get our courts up, I guess that gives us status. But we're like right there, and Anna's been doing that. But these others come in under Anna, and they're here for a while, and they're like, we want to do it this way. And we're like, but it's over here, it's this way. And they're like, we want to do it this way. And then they go back into our circles, and they're like, well, we want to do it. Okay, we'll do it your way. And then they try to tweak it. Like, no, we're not letting you tweak it. And then
that's what you call the revolving door people then.
Yeah, so they're like little butterflies. They're happy go little lucky free spirits, you know. And as soon as they come over and then they land and, you know, anchor down with what we're doing, we you know, we can't hate them. We love everybody. I mean, that's how we are over here.
Right. Okay.
So
now that's helpful. Now I kind of have a little bit better context about what's going on. You know, because I was like, what is he talking about? What is, you know, there's some infighting going on? Is there?
Yeah.
You know?
See, this is the second wave of it. The first wave, I mean, they straight up, they stole our money, they stole our websites, they stole our stamps, they stole all kinds of stuff. So,
oh wow.
Yeah,
so stuff like that I had no idea about. And
no, dude, I mean, it's just fascinating to me. I mean, we're doing stuff now that we were doing 2 years ago. You know, like this Telegram platform was the de jure one. It was a San Bernardino County coordinator platform, and I was a coordinator at the time. And the last infiltrators, they set it up, you know, they were like, hey, you're going to have this Telegram channel for every county. I just so happened to be the coordinator, and they were putting them in every county 2 years ago. That's how advanced they were. And, you know, they use those platforms just to do what they're doing. I don't even know what they're doing. I heard that they're out there doing some stuff, but they don't have the documents and the have done it right like Anna has. Yeah, so who knows what maybe they, I mean, you don't know what you don't know, so maybe that's where they're at in their world.
I mean, there is more than one way to basically do a certain thing. I mean, if the end result is the same, right? I mean, but I guess if they feel like they're not, they don't, maybe they have a different perspective or way to get to the same place.
Well,
maybe
I think it depends. See, what we're doing is based off the 12, you know, the 10 commandments. And so it's like a biblical, it's like an exodus out of the US Incorporated matrix, a complete exodus, right? You got guys out there like Davis Strait and Alphonse and stuff. They have 1 foot in that realm and 1 foot in the sovereign realm, and they're playing both sides, you know. We're more like, we're just out. So I don't, you know, and that has its place too, you know.
Right. Well, yeah, I remember Marshall Paul talking about that too. So it's he was saying you're either a citizen or you're a national, and you can't, or you can, you know, he was talking about that, and I was like, huh.
Well, it's good that we talk about these things, but we're not to slander anybody. But Christopher wants to talk. Me and Christopher have a lot of history, Kenley, with the courts and stuff. And Christopher's totally a man on the land, taking a stand.
I yield then.
Okay, no, we'll hang out. We're at this point where we could just all hang out.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, okay, go for it, Christopher.
Yeah, the thing with Anna, it reminds me of when I had my cannabis churches. When I had my cannabis churches and everything was going well, everybody thought that they could just open a church. It's almost like when Michael Jordan was playing basketball. He made it look so good and so easy that everybody thought they were Michael Jordan. And that's just kind of what I feel. Anna is like the Michael Jordan, and everybody's thinking that they can do what Michael Jordan's doing instead of just sticking to their position. The more that stick to their position, I feel more will get done. Everybody's trying to do their way, how they want it. Well, Anna's documents have been so powerful and strong. We just need to exercise those rather than try to come up with our own. Anna's pretty much laid the platform down for us. It's what we got to do with it now. And not what Anna has to do, not with anybody else, but ourselves have to do it now. A lot of people are looking for the easy way out, and then they're thinking, see, a lot of people burn their bridge and don't realize that they try to go back on a bridge that's burnt. and then all of a sudden their foot will fall through the bridge or something, and then it's somebody else's fault. It's about holding accountability for your own actions, and I don't feel a lot of people are doing that. Once people do that, I think you'll be bitching and unstoppable. The thing is to try to get a county recorder now, oh my goodness. What we need to do is build our assembly and get county recorders, I feel. And just focus on building rather than destroying. That's just my opinion. With that, I yield.
No, I'm totally with you on that. Yeah, it's like, just like you said, they stay with it for a little bit, and then they feel like they could just go off and do it on their own. But I don't get it. I mean, it seems like pretty easy to me. Like, Anna's been at this a long time, and she knows what she's doing, you know, and her documents for sure speak it. I mean, they got you out of behind bars, and I mean, her words and everything she's done thus far gave me the confidence to go in there and bang with those little courtroom wizards, you know. And even now, I mean, even to the point where I donated everything I had to her, you know. It's kind of like, I'm drinking the Anna Kool-Aid, and I don't have no resentments about it, you know, no reservations about it or nothing, because she's towed the line. And I'm, in light of everything now, Christopher, I mean, she's about to meet the Pope. She's doing this whole ecclesiastical law thing on these corporations. She has this heirist guy that's, you know, I mean, how perfect is that? He has, I mean, that man that has all these assets, I mean, I think he reminds me of me. It's something like we would do, you know? It's like, hey, I can't possibly spend all this in my life. Letting me put it to some people that will distribute it out as my wishes. I mean, we're kind of like energy, you know, we get it. And even just speaking it out there, just in between me and you, Christopher, with you wanting to blanket all of America and the world basically with hemp and get those 6,000 products from the hemp to provide jobs, and me with the getting those resource centers in every county and every mall across America with a resort style training center in every state, some states too. I mean, just me and you could put a huge, I don't want to call it a dent. I would call it like a, I mean,
a mark on the map.
A mark on it. Yeah, it would be like, it would be awesome. We'd be the change we want to see. We'd actually be the change we want to see. And I don't see why we wouldn't want to do that. Rick on San Francisco, come forward.
Yeah, I just want to know the update of Christopher Tindall's thing. I mean from Thomas said that the police raided your house and confiscated like $1 million worth of pot. So are you going to get it back? I mean, if it's too personal, I understand. I'm just curious.
No, there's nothing personal with us. We're transparent. Yeah, if you look at my Telegram channel, you'll see Channel 7 News stating that they raided him at his at that one church and then his home. So they raided him in 2 places at the same day, and they took over $1 million in cannabis, and not to mention all the other stuff like cell phones, laptops, iPads, all the little accessories, you know, all right, Christopher? Is that the one where they pulled you out of the house naked and beat the crap out of you on the front lawn?
That raid was for 7 million. The raid before that was for $1 million.
Okay, so that's what that is. So there's about $8 million in confiscated, and I think they just distributed that out to their cronies. You'll never see that, right? I mean, that bud's gone. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that bud's gone. So that's what that's about, and yeah, it's big. It's high stakes stuff. I mean, we have them, you know, for treason and stuff.
Well, I mean, So are you going to get that back, or I mean, they just basically just took it from you?
Christopher, do you plan on getting anything back?
We're focusing on winning this court case. I got court in 8 days. I'm not sure if I should show up or get another warrant. Last time, I just didn't show up because I wanted to make a stand for the assembly and jurisdiction. And this time, I feel they've taken millions of dollars from me. I'm staying in my automobile in parking lots wherever I can. I'm eating tuna when I was a vegan. I'm eating little cans of tuna to survive in my automobile, and shower and sleep wherever I can. But I feel more rich than ever. And I feel whether I get the stuff back or not, that's for the universe to decide. But once we win this case, it's to set all mankind free, from the religious sacrament to jurisdiction to business license that need to be flushed down the toilet. They said I violated health and safety codes because I didn't have a dispensary license. I'm not a dispensary. I'm a bona fide church. I got the First Amendment as well. There's a wall between church and state. I don't need a bit. So not having a business license, that gave them a right to come and take my bank account, my house, separate my family and I, put me in jail for over almost 4 months with murders, thieves, and pedophiles, and I'm in there for my religious belief. It's not about money anymore. It's about freedom. It's about learning and teaching, and that's what I'm getting out of it more than anything, more than money can replace. Like Thomas sold his house that he raised his offsprings in. He sold everything, donated 200 grand to the assembly, and now he's just living wherever he can. Like, he's happier than ever. And yeah, we go through stuff, I'm sure, in our mind where we wish we could get it back or do something, but just to have it. San Diego, I won the case in San Diego. I still could go get some of my stuff, but they're only deciding what they're going to give me back. Well, I beat the case. Shouldn't I get everything back? So we've been filing all these documents, and now we're
you're rubber
waiting to go to
Christopher.
We filed
go for it now.
And so the documents that were filed lately, we just filed the criminal incident report. We filed a bunch of cool stuff, and I just look forward to seeing the code be cracked. And it's no longer about money or religion. It's about everything now. I feel it's just about everything.
Okay, you can turn your video back on. Yeah, so Rick, my story.
Well, I mean, to me, it's about principle. I mean, you should get it back. Contact Carl Lentz. Carl Lentz. He may be able to help you. Carl Lentz. I'll write it on the chat.
Okay,
thank you.
Yeah, it's worth it. But yeah, this stuff, I mean, everything's transparent. We have everything documented. If we need to get some publicity out there, that's fine. Christopher and I are both
just go on the internet and Google Carl Lentz and
we lack nothing, Rick. We lack nothing. We're at peace. We're at total.
No. It's, I mean, whether you want it back or not, whether you think it's valuable or not, that's not the issue. The issue is principle. It's yours, and you got to get it back.
Yeah, they took your property, and that to me is a crime, right? No one should be taking anyone's property unless you were given permission to.
You realize these guys are pirates, right?
Well, yeah, they're pirates, and they can get away with everything. And that's what we're supposed to prevent them from doing, right? That's the reason why American state nationals exist.
Okay, so you agree with getting this Carl Lentz guy to look into it?
Just contact him, and he can help you get it back. Just just tell him your situation, and he can get you back, get everything back for you.
Well, Christopher, I guess that's worth a shot. I mean, if that's what you feel like doing, if you want to get your stuff back, if they're saying that's the way to do it, these sound like wise guys. Rick has been with us for a while. Kinley's come on new. He's, they got your best interest in mind. You are living in a car with no money or no whatever. Myself, I believe that Christopher and I have been called to do this.
Since they confiscated $8 million worth of stuff from you, I mean, just contact Carl Lenz. He'll get it back for you. Trust me.
Right. Okay.
I mean, I've done a lot of research, and I mean, all you need is just a few sentences. You submit it in. I mean, the way you're doing it is basically quote unquote legal. It's not going to work. You have to do it the common law way. Yeah. I mean. Just right, trust me. Just contact Carl Lenz, and he'll help you get everything back.
Okay, then let's just leave it at that, then, Rick. Let's not hear another word from it. Christopher, call Carl Lenz, like Rick suggested, and let's just leave that. Can we move on? Okay, Christopher has Carl Lenz's information, and he's going to do that. All I'm saying is Christopher is looking at breaking the code here, okay? I too am looking at breaking the code here. The more you get into this, I have a roof over my head. I have food in my stomach. I do this barter trading thing, de jure style. I'm on a ranch where we're gonna teach to live off the land. I'm doing what I need to be doing. Christopher is like in limbo out there in between court cases and stuff, but he has assistance with the documents. He's not lacking anything in that realm. His documents are the reason why he's out of jail right now. Yes, there's another court date they want to pull him into, and yes, he has some decisions to make, but yeah, I'm sure it's a good time to call Carl Lenz. The more publicity out there, the better. But either one of us, I could speak for myself. I believe Anna is going to come through with this, the credits in the form of this huge inheritance that she's going to be fiduciary of. I believe that the incorporations are going to get smashed with this ecclesiastical law. I believe we are going to build our assembly. I believe I will have those resource centers in every county and every mall across America, as well as a resort style training center, de jure training center, to show people how to live off the land or just get out of de facto for a month or two and retrain their minds. I'll have one of those in each state across America. And then when we get done with that, we'll just take it internationally. Christopher is going to go internationally anyway with the hemp and the 6,000 different products from that. He's a philanthropist at heart, as am I, and I don't even want to use de facto dollars, but I do like to eat at nice resorts. So why not make those resorts? You know, why not go to a resource center in the Fashion Gallery Mall and have a nice meal, good quality food, de jure quality food that I don't have to go to someone else's restaurant. I'll just go to the ones that we spoke into existence. That's what we're doing. We come from an abundance, so we don't need anything. However, Carl Lenz, do your thing. Hey, that's fine. But we don't need anything. We're of abundant living. And if it doesn't happen in this life, it'll happen in the next life.
I agree with you, Thomas.
Okay,
I
awesome.
totally agree with you. Yeah. So, I mean, it's like Christopher's choice is his choice. If he feels like he doesn't need to get it back, then don't. Right? I mean, it's totally up to him. And if it's to make a point and just, it doesn't matter. It's not about the money or the product or any of that. It's to make a point to show and expose their criminality, then that's how it should be.
Speak it out there, Ken.
And I yield.
No, I love it because we are talking about $9 million, I believe, of Christopher's property that was taken from him. And Rick, please come forward.
Like I said, it's a matter of principle. You have to get it back. It's yours.
You guys got my heart. You both do, and I'm not mad. I'm focusing on what I'm being selfish. I guess I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm taking this recording goes out to 500 different email lists, you know. So I'm just airbending here. I'm doing me. But yeah, you guys are on you're both on target. You're over the mark when it comes to Christopher. Yes, if I could have it my way for Christopher, I would want him to have his property back. Totally. You know, so you guys got my heart in that. And thank you for it. Because yes, I am being a little selfish and going in this direction, but it's what he wants. It's what Christopher's will is. You provided the information there for him, and yes, it would be the proper thing to do. And Christopher, if I had to lean one way or the other, I would say make the call. Make the call. This man.
I tried to look it up, and it's not giving me a phone number. If there's a way that you could direct message me or something, the number, because I'm looking right now and it doesn't show it.
Okay. Well, your phone numbers, you guys, Rick and Kenley, can you take Christopher's phone number off the call there? You can see it on his screen right next to his name. Just jot it down. And if you run across Carl's information later, just pop Christopher a text and I'm sure he'll follow up.
Yeah, it was difficult to find, but I did see one YouTube video that I saw, and apparently he's an attorney, I think. So can I post the YouTube link?
No. He's not an attorney.
Him?
He's not an attorney. It's Carl Lentz common law. Type in Carl Lentz common law on Google.
Okay.
I'm on my phone right now, so I can't do anything.
Okay, no, I appreciate you, Rick. Kenley's really good at this stuff. I mean, he'll have it up in a minute. We'll wait. It's all good. I'm more than happy. And Christopher's good on his phone. You'd be surprised what Christopher could do off his phone. I mean, all those invoices that we printed out, he did it off his phone. I mean, Christopher is amazing with his phone. Documents, everything. I mean, do you even have a laptop, Christopher? I don't even think you have a laptop. I'm pretty sure all those documents that he's done is been off of his phone. So
yeah, I don't have none of that right now. That was all taken.
I know it. Gosh, well, I was glad to see that you have your printer and your little battery pack, your little that charge up battery pack to provide AC.
Thank you.
I'm serious because that actually made me happy to see that, because that's an awesome little charger thing. I'm glad you have your car. I'm glad you have a phone. I was grateful to hear that you paid your cell phone bill the other day. I mean, I don't do that myself, but yeah. So there's a lot to. You look so happy at the mall yesterday. I was airbending and envisioning, you know, like. Yeah, it was good. Yesterday was a good day to see you all cleaned up and just, you know, doing your thing. I know at the gym, you could probably take showers there and work out. Saw you doing your cycling, 8 miles in like 30 minutes or something on a cycling or something. That was pretty crazy. So yeah, no, it's good. We have every day we have something to be thankful for. And this is good. This Carl Lentz guy could probably give you some hope. You know, we all need hope. And it is a good story. It's one hell of a story. Christopher has one hell of a story. That I will say. If he has anything, he has one heck of a story. Okay, so Kenley puts up, can you grab that out of the chat? I'll grab it out of the chat, Christopher. There's something there. All right.
Is that correct? This guy, Carl Lentz, the Lore Society.
Okay, let me pull it up.
Yes, that's him. Yes, that's him. Yes.
Okay.
Awesome. And let me get the screen share here. So this is what it should look like here. Let me do that and then this. Okay, so yeah, wow, it looks like he's a busy guy. So he has a bunch of YouTube videos there, and hopefully he has some contact information on one of those many video. Oh my gosh, how many? 50, 70? It's like 100. This guy has over 200 videos. The 257 videos. Wow. Carl Lentz, common law. Sounds, I'm liking it. Thank you, guys. Did I say thank you, Rick? And Ken Lee, thank you. We really appreciate that. Thank you. Sincerely. And yeah, so, okay, so here we are on Common Law 101. It's 1:03 p.m. Pacific time on this March 2nd, 2023. Michelle left us the class just to kind of hang out, make connections here. And it turns out that it went in the direction of this Carl Lentz guy, which is common law. So everything fits in here. Ken Lee and Rick both agree on this. And Christopher has some time on his hands anyway. And Christopher has most likely what Carl wants is a good story, somebody he could help out. So Christopher says thank you to you all in the chat there. And I just wanted to share my experience with the American States Assembly's 50 States of the Union backed by the Federation Indemnity Bond is do the 1779 for now just to get landed and most likely become a citizen if you can, so you could take up a jural assembly seat so we could get our courts up and running. And Anna has plenty of information on the TASA site. There is this universal class that if in the Federation is there, and if you really want to get in the mission field of building the assembly, I think that's a really good class to go through. And then there's our General Assembly and our Town Hall for California anyway. There's just plenty of information, and it sounds like Anna's right in the midst of getting ready to do some pretty big stuff here with the credits and pushing back on the U.S. incorporations with the ecclesiastical law. And it seems like now we're really getting our head around finally getting it together, you know, and get our 4 pillars up and stuff. So I think we're on the right track, and I'm feeling pretty good about it. So with that, I think I'm going to hang it up, guys, and just men and women, and just thank you all for coming out again, and thank you for sharing your resources and giving us hope. You guys gave us hope today. I'm gonna go off this call knowing that Christopher's not alone. He has hope from you guys, and he's gonna do his due diligence and look into that matter. And I hope something comes of it. I really do. I hope Christopher. It's the way it works. You know, Christopher is angelically protected in my knowing, and I'm always putting good energy towards him. I know he's out there in the weeds, but in reality, guys, everybody, we're all out here in the weeds. But there are some of us that are doing our best to make a difference. We want to be the change we want to see for generations to come. But at the same time, we're not going to stress out about it. There's no stress over here on this year. We're just, you know, we'll roll with it. And just like Michelle has, you know, she has a bunch of stuff to do, but she's going to go watch her daughter play volleyball. And we all respect her, and we lift her up, and we come alongside of her, and we thank her for her for continuing to teach, you know, because that's true teaching right there, is when you take time out for your family. And with that, this is Thomas Messina on behalf of Michelle Ford on this Thursday, March 2nd, 2023, 1:06 p.m. Pacific time. And love you guys all.